Okay, let's get going. It's morning and still feel sick. I guess it's not going to stop if I don't get those glasses out of my toes and feet. But that apparently won't happen. There's no help to gain in society apparently. Of course, overall, it's could be a lot worse. But it's interesting how the afflictions over the many years that there has been zero help, and when you then find out what the issue is, the medical mafia stands against you in so many ways, so you can't even get antifungal treatment because they won't give it to you. Of course, they want to give you everything else, to mess up your mind and your brain and whatever nonsense and further kill you. But of course, they don't want to give you the thing that actually would, be doing something against at least one of the issues in regards to fungus. Fungus is a huge issue in our world, and yet is totally and nearly completely overlooked because there's money in killing people. So I'm on Facebook. Let's get back. Let's get to the things, right? I'm on Facebook, and we have, by the way, Yahoo. And the problem is, again, the translations, they usually like Yahoo, but it means Jehovah is he, if I recall correctly. But when you read it in Latin letters, usually it's just Yahoo, and that seems to be more like a short form of Jehovah. So how is that going to be, Jehovah is he? If so, but the thing is, there's a difference in the Hebrew, and if you actually write it correctly in the Latin letters, you get Yehu, which is different than Yehu. So anyway, but this is a thing that many translators, or whatever you want to call it, doesn't take into account. So one of the issues, this is just one more of the issues of absolutely insanity. And by the way, here we have Yeshua's name in Hebrew letters, or nowadays Hebrew letters. And you can see the Serei, and Serei is different than Shiva, and yet people don't really, they write Jehovah and they write Yeshua, but they write it just with an E, right, instead of Yeshua. So again, that's, they don't take into account that there's a different vocal sound. So, but anyway, waiting for my coffee. So let's see if I can even find in regards to one of the issues. So this is one of the issues with Facebook, and of course there's so many. And by the way, I can't even edit post anymore. I think I actually wrote that, but I didn't really see anything. Let's go back to my... they have made it so because of a so-called spam protection, which is absolutely bullshit, because what they're really pushing you into is committing to spam. Because if you want to correct your post, you need to make the whole post, you need to copy the post with the correction. So you write the whole thing, the same thing over again. See if we can find a picture of it. Yeah, I think this is one of the places. Of course, now that I'm on Firefox, they don't allow the pictures. This is another issue, by the way, another insanity. They don't allow the pictures to be of good quality. I think this is the thing that jumps up. So if you make I can't zoom apparently. So if you make a post, and I got out of jail for, I've been in Facebook jail for 30 days, right? plus 400 days in total, nearly in streak since all the insanity began. Or that the insanity took another, what shall we say, another thing upward. But the thing is, you write a message, and then you post it because you don't want Facebook to swallow the message, because Facebook is very hungry and it likes destroying messages. So you quickly push the message sent, because Facebook apparently can't figure out to make like a saving option or anything like that, because that would apparently be so difficult to do. But anyway, they can only do depravity and make the platform worse and worse with every kind of disgusting, filthy thing. But anyway, so you write your message, and after you write your message, I usually go through it. If the message survives so far, right? And you post the message and it's posted, you just read the message, and if there's anything that needs a correction or anything, you go and edit the thing, right? But you can't do that apparently anymore, at least not on my profile, because there is spam protection. Now, of course, spam is when you post the same thing over and over again, and apparently people doesn't understand that either nowadays. They will call a lot of things spam, but spam is when you post the same thing over and over and over again. That's spam. But in any case, we had a spam channel in the good old days on Internet Relay Chat, which is also known as IRC, was still functional. Although the problem with Internet Relay Chat is that you need to be online to get the messages. So I don't know why the platform didn't approve and go in the direction of actually saving the things. I know there has been some programmers that have done some kind of projects, and yet it hasn't really taken hold. I don't know why this wouldn't be a thing, but that's just how it is. So you write a message, you want to edit it, and then it says you're not allowed to do that because of spam protection and all that. What has editing a message to do with spam protection? I don't know. I have zero clue as to. Of course, it's bullshit. It's just Facebook bullshit as usual. I don't know if here we go. Maybe someone posted a message mention. Oh yeah, that's another issue we're going to look into. And yeah, this issue, and the images is not that good quality because again, Facebook doesn't allow good quality images on my browser, which is bullshit, of course, but that's just how it is. That's kind of many years ago that began or started, and you were sitting there and you found out that wait, it's not giving me good quality images, and it's just disgusting. So you needed to, they wanted to push you over to another browser to have the good images. It was, I think it's Chrome, allowed you to have good images, but not Firefox. Now, I think they fixed it in future versions of Firefox, but of course the future versions of Firefox had new insane interface that further just didn't make any sense. So I'm still running on one of the older versions that actually still have some sanity. Why do I need to, why invent the wheel over and over and over and over again? And that's what so many programmers are doing all the time these days. They're just inventing new interfaces and doing new nonsense things over, just bullshit, more bullshit, and more bullshit. Why change things that are working? I don't know. It's just been like that for many years. But it wasn't like that in the good old days. Programmers kept to the same form, and it was working wonderful and no worries. But then all of a sudden, these criminals, depraved minds of Satan began to change things, and that was not for the better. So now you can have like a multitude of different browsers with different interfaces, and then they update the interfaces, and you need to relearn, and you need to look around to find it's just bullshit. And they, of course, they also remove features that were standard in the past, which is another just absolutely insane. When you can't close down what is it called, the internet, what is it called, swapping, what is that called, I can't remember, but anyway, in regards of caching, if you can't turn off this internet cache, and it just continues to take the data from the cache, then when you're making a website, it becomes very tedious, because you want to have the website updated while making the website, right? Now you have to have special browsers, special tools, and all that bullshit. And of course, HTML doesn't have a linking or retrieving to other HTML files and all that. And of course, the so-called programmers will come around with that bullshit and defend all the insanity. So what you need to do is use PHP to actually have it able to retrieve another file. It's just utter garbage. But then, of course, the companies can sell their bullshit applications for a lot of resources, and you then need to use these other kind of tools if you want to have it flowing, so you can just edit a little here, and then it will fix it all the rest of the places, instead of just being able to do it directly in the code, and doing simple programming. No, it has to be. And you also have to have the ability to have 10 different browsers with 10 different results on the internet. It's absolutely gone, absolutely maniac, There's no standard, absolutely no standard anymore. So here, this is in regards of go find the last message in the multitude of posts, because we surely won't lead you to it like the good old days. Now here we see one guy comment, and that's actually interesting, because I think it might not actually fix that into a whole thing. I actually think it's multiple posts that is shown. Well, we'll see what the problem is. Here we have another one. Every time I get started in a group topic, it's like giving up, because Facebook has become so faulty. 7 people have written to you. Go find them yourself in the group thread that keeps growing. Absolute insanity. Now, in the beginning, when you start out in a group and you only have like 10 or 20 messages, it's no problem to find the people writing to you, right? But when it gets to 150 or above, or maybe even smaller, but at that point you begin to really figure out that you have a problem, because you can't find the messages, or you will need to use a huge amount of time. Actually, it seems like in regards of René, seems to actually, where it just comes up again and again and again, and I would probably be able to push and go directly to his message. So someone writes, yes, okay. Apparently. Interesting. Usually I don't get anything positive, from people. In regards of, it's just no one really responds, it seems. So anyway, but apparently some has responded to it. Okay, this is the other thing, right? This is the thing that I hit into so many times. It says 190 ministries, right? Test everything Cynthia Jordan. What is that? Test everything Cynthia Jordan. What is Cynthia Jordan? Oh, Cynthia Jordan and 19 others mentioned you in their comments, right? So 20 people have mentioned me in this place, right? So instead of just showing all the people that has mentioned me, it collects it all into one single quote. Why would I want that? I turned off all the thumbs up and thumbs down or whatever and all that because I don't care about those. I care about seeing the people responding to me, right? So I can respond back, right? But then Facebook has this bullshit feature now. So instead of actually doing like this, as it should, where you have, a person mentioning you and you can push it and it should go directly to the place and all that, you just have a collection that says, well, 20 different people has mentioned you, and you push it, right? And what happens? You go to the topic. But the topic is 200 pages or something. It doesn't really show apparently here how many, not pages, messages. That's probably over 200 messages now in this one. Last time it was close to 200 as far as I recall. And now it's probably over 200, and I can't see it. Oh, and by the way, let's give it a no. I don't want to give it a like. There we go. So anyway, so here you go to the place, right? And it doesn't really say how many. Let's see here, request desktop site. Maybe we can see the number here. Of course, it doesn't really make things easier to see anything, right? But let's see if it... Oh, okay, that didn't really help. Let's go backwards, see if it actually ended up... No. Oh, let's try up here again. Let's see if we can push it. This is one of the bullshit things with Facebook. It still doesn't say how many posts there is. Apparently, I guess it still has figured out that that I'm on the mobile. I guess I need to go into using the computer then, to see how many messages there is. Yeah, because why give that information? Why care about that information, right? Let's see here. Yeah, there is 249 comments according to the computer. Apparently that information is just not available on the mobile, apparently. Of course, that's typical overall that we don't get information overall, that it's kind of... But anyway, we get into this topic with 249 comments, and it doesn't matter if it's on the mobile or the computer, you're just sitting there and Satan goes to the clicking game, right? So I replied here, I can see that and all that, but where's the people? Where's the different people that has responded to me? The latest that has responded to me, who knows? And then you just need to go into the clicking game, right? You also want to have, previous comments and all that, right? And you go into the clicking game where you need to sit and click and go hunting for the, for the latest post. Well, I know 119 ministries had one of the things, writing to me, but again, where is it, right? And here we have, let's see here. Now that message, okay, I read that. Here we have something in regards to 119 ministries. Maybe that's the one where they replied to me. But the problem is, I know they already replied to me twice. Yeah, here we go with one reply, and I replied back. And let's see here. Oh, that seems to maybe be a new one. Let's see here. We really aren't certain what you're talking about. We don't just delete information unless it is violating rules in some way. And you post it on our site, but again, we aren't certain what you're referring to. Maybe discuss on our website, but we just delete information if it. But we don't just disagree or delete information if we disagree with it. There are plenty of people who can attest to that. Shalom. Well, I probably, I think I wrote about it in regards of my Facebook at the time where they deleted my information. I collected a lot of information on the name Jehovah, and the information was just deleted. So I don't trust them in regards to this. That's just my. They also removed the documentary to, no, what was it called? I can't remember. I have it on my website because I don't think it was a good thing to delete it. You know, you can ask them about what was wrong with the video, right? And they don't want to answer you. They just say, well, you know, there was someone that found some issues and all that. Well, what kind of issues are we talking about, right? Because it was a wonderful documentary, and yet they just removed it. All of a sudden, they just wanted it to be removed, and then it took them a little while, but then they replaced it with this nonsense of a documentary compared to the one they made. So I put it up. Let's see here if I can find it. Still hot. Maybe I need to turn it around. Yeah, some problems in regards to the mobile thing and all that. Getting it to be totally good. Sadly, I tried many things, but it's not that easy to get applications and then get them to work on both the mobile and the computer. There we go. So it's on top in regards to the video player. It's called Sunburned. So they wanted Sunburn to be removed. And they have done a lot of things to get that removed. That's the second issue I've had in regards of this ministry, where it's just a red flag, you know. Why would they remove this? As far as I know, in regards to the first video, I haven't found a single fault in regards to that. Maybe the second might have some things that are a little less, what shall we say, solid, you know. But overall, it is, you know, in regards of, it is leading in that direction. So maybe it's a little harder to solidify the second video in regards to some of the things that they're saying. But the first video, which I guess around an hour or something like that, I think. Let's see here if we can get any. Yeah, around an hour. I don't remember anything that was wrong in the first one, and I haven't, you know, totally what do you call it, cammed it or whatever it's called, the second video. I do know that they're pointing out some things like that maybe seems to go back to what do we call Islop or whatever it's called, Islop. Oh wait, I can't remember his name. But overall, it was great information, and it waked a lot of people up. And you know, no one expects someone to be 100% correct. So it was curious that they wanted to remove the whole video. Now you could probably get this video in better quality, but it's just interesting how much effort they use to get rid of it. Which also is a scene again on other ministries that are Roman Catholic controlled. They come out with some really good information in the beginning to get headway in some sense, and when they have gotten wind in their sails, then they remove the information that they first promoted or gave out, that made them popular, and then they go from there. So this was the second thing. The third thing in regards to the ministry is that I haven't seen anything from them on the Antichrist. Now they do have a lot of other good things, so don't get me wrong. I'm not bashing them on the things that they have right. They have a lot of good stuff and all that. There's just 3 red flags, you know, that I just wonder. A lot of ministries don't seem to want to talk about the Antichrist at all. And that's the main thing that the devil doesn't want us to want to talk about. You get a lot of persecution if you begin to talk about the Antichrist and the papacy. Now you can talk about the Antichrist, but you're not allowed to say it's the papacy. Then you get into some pretty strong wind if you do that. So, but anyway, let's, you can go and you can download the video as well. Every video I have and MP3 files should be easily able to be downloaded like the good old days. You can see the little icon down there. If you push on that, if I can hit it, it's a little hard on mobile. If you do it on the computer, it's a little easier. If you push on that, well, it should begin to download. I guess, while recording it can be a little hard to have it's an old mobile, because, apparently we can't get mobiles where you can change the battery on it. Well, there's one mobile, I guess, Fairphone or Palm. I don't think Pinephone is ready for, but Fairphone do have one that you can change battery, and I think you can send a SIM card in it, but there's no jack stick. It's kind of a problem in regards to the jack stick, I think. But everyone wants to go more radiation, right? We just want to radiate ourselves and further have a lot of health issues. So we have Bereshit Bara Elohim 8 Hashemayim, sorting out the different vocals, so you actually have a difference, Bereshit, right? Instead of Bereshit, Bereshit. Bara Elohim et Hashemayim ve'et ha'aretz. You have the differences in Ve'ha'aretz hayita tohu vavohu ve'rosek al penei tehom ve'ruach Elohim merarefet al penei hamayim. Vayomer Elohim yehi or vahi or. Vaya Elohim et ha'or kitov vayabdel Elohim bein ha'or uvein ha'rosech. Anyway, but you can easily pretty much read Hebrew when you just follow the pronunciation in regards of small specific rules in regards of the ch sound, pretty much. But anyway, you can get pretty close pretty quickly, I think. But yeah, this is one of the insane things with Facebook. But yeah, I collected a lot of information and posted it on their website, and they ship directed, and I thought I posted it on my Facebook. I was searching for it, but I couldn't find a post in regards of it. So, but of course, there's a lot of posts on Facebook, and I guess it can be. But some of the information are now posted here on this, 16 sources from Nehemiah, and one Jew from Denmark, another in regards of Ginsburg, and then of course Tovia, who is using the name as well once in a off-topic setting, not talking about what the name is or anything like that. He's just spilling the beans. He's just using Yehovah as in regards of explaining a name, in regards of what the names are meaning in regards of Hebrew. He makes a little short stop in the name, because of course the Jews have all these but yeah, Yehovah, he's using Yehovah. So I kind of like Tovia for that little gold nugget that he gave, although I did have a little talk on email, and he wanted to give me this thing that there's no J in Hebrew and all that nonsense. But anyway, so you have a problem every time someone writes to me. The Facebook will just collect it up in regards of this little thing, and I can push it, and I can go ahead, find the post, and now that we have 249 messages or something like that, You can sit here and do the devil's game of wasting your time. The devil loves this game, And we have some information on. Let's see here. I don't think I read that one. In regards to my three red flags, but again, finding the needle in the haystack is just it. And the more post that comes around, the harder and harder it becomes, and it just becomes absolutely impossible at some point. Okay, number one, we often and retest our own hypotheses and do not simply take other words for it. Sometimes we agree with the experts, so-called experts. Sometimes we do not, and that's okay. Just like others, such as yourself, don't have to agree with us. We're simply sharing our own studies and understandings. Yeah, but you did release the sunburned, right? And then you took it back, and you never mentioned what issues you had with it. People are asking you guys, what is the issues you found in sunburn? And when you take something back and don't want it around and all that, and you really use a lot of effort in regards to that, you just have to question, well, why would you do it? Well, that's just some problems. Okay, there's some problems. Yeah, okay, but what are the problems? If there was something that you didn't really, you could just have, fixed a warning at those places, right? That this is maybe a little harder to actually, confirm. Number two, you believe we're Jesuits or under some higher man-made authority of some religion. Now, I have what shall we say? I just wonder, right? Why would a ministry, I guess this is one of the other points I have as well. Why would they promote something that is false in regards of Yahweh, which they're promoting again and again and again and again, and then while promoting this, which is false, they go on to attack the name that is true and sow doubt and try to make people not use that, and yet they are so zealous in regards of promoting Yahweh. Isn't that kind of interesting? Now, I just think that's kind of interesting. I just kind of, don't understand that. Kind of feel like there's something wrong here. So you believe we're Jesuits or under some higher man-made authority or some religion? I believe that there seems to be something fishy going on. And we know in regards to Roman agents, they don't come out and just say that, hey, we're Roman agents, right? They are getting orders from the top what to teach, what to promote. So they might actually be saying a lot of things that are true, and then they have an order or they have been told to focus on a specific thing to also promote that, while also having a lot of good things. Okay, anyway, you're 100% incorrect. Well, I hope I'm wrong, I just wonder, Our story and history are well known by many, and none of it includes anything relating to the Jesuits. The members of the team have come from different religious backgrounds, but most all from one denomination or another, from a First Baptist, non-denominational, non-Christian at all, for at least one team member. Among other things, there is no further agenda or higher religious authority over us beyond that Scripture dictates. The Most High and then Messiah Yeshua. Anything else is simply untrue. Okay. Yeah, okay. I might be wrong. I might be I just wonder, that would be one of the things, right? So let's see here. One thing in regards of taking off the sunburned and not pointing out what the issues were. Just saying, well, there's some issues, and then using so much effort to get it away from the market. Second thing, in regards of course, the name, promoting something that is false, and yet attacking and sowing doubt on what is true, when so many, have found out that that is the true thing, and they're still promoting this. They're still. So that's two things, right? The third thing would be not talking about the Antichrist, but of course they have some further details here, so we'll see. And then of course the three. That's at least three things, right? I think there might be four, but anyway. Okay. Oh yeah, and in regards to the removal of the information, in regards of Jehovah that I gave them, collected all the information, or a lot of it that I knew, and wrote it down and sent it to them, and they just rejected the message that was censored, removed. So here we go. Okay, so the Most High, and then okay, number 3, we removed our original sunburn teaching because we discovered it had incorrect information, and we did not want to be spreading what ended up being false information. Again, this is, again, it's the same thing that they pretty much said in the past, right? There was some false information in it, but they can't tell us what information was false. They just say, well, there's some false information, and that's kind of cheap, when you're using so much effort to remove something that is so popular, that really made the ministry so, popular, and of course, okay, we have in regards of number 4, in regards to the mark of the beast. Let's see here what I wrote in regards to, and I guess this is my post. Let's see what I wrote. 109 ministries, and if you were honest enough looking for truth, you would accept that multiple honest researchers has come to know the name as Jehovah as solid ground to stand on. Personally, I think you have a Jesuitical agenda to sidetrack people on this, having been told from the top to promote it so people can waste their time on the subject, as so many others have in the past. But now we have many, many more people who have had years to investigate it, knowing the name to be Jehovah and the Son's name to be Yeshua, however variation they want to write it with, same. Your removal of your great and most popular documentary as well was very, very questionable. This is typical Roman trick as well. First get lots of followers with good information, and then remove the information again when traction has been given to the ministry. And now this is just something that this is something that is not new. You can look at the guy that wrote the Kingdom of the Cults. Happened the same thing. He made in regards of a booklet in regards of Roman Catholicism, and all of a sudden he hadn't written it anymore. You have, and it was removed, and it's like, okay, so you can't find the booklet if you buy a new book in regards of the book of the cults. There's nothing in regards of this little booklet, but of course, I think I have the first edition, I'm not sure, but at least one of the first editions, you can see the number pages and all that, and it's, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and I have the smallest that I've been able to find, but it doesn't say anything in regards to which edition and all that, but so maybe that actually alludes to it actually being the first edition, I don't know, but it clearly shows the booklet that he apparently didn't write, So he apparently did write it, and he did, and it also has been released. But there was a time where I couldn't find it at all. I couldn't find the information. I was just told, well, he didn't write it. And after a good amount of research and all that, and someone actually released the whole thing, so it's out there. It's just curious, and I found other things that puts up a red flag. So your removal of your great and most popular documentary as well was very, very questionable. This is typical Roman trick as well. First get lots of followers with good information and then remove the information again when traction has been given to the ministry. I've seen it done other places. So where's the information on Antichrist 666? We don't want to steer the bush on that topic. That's another questionable thing as well. A ministry that is utter silence on the papacy being that Antichrist 666 of Scripture. Well, I might be wrong on your parts, but that's just how I feel about things. Every Bible-thumping Protestant in the past knew who that Roman Antichrist 666 was, and yet now all of the ministries can't even speak upon the subject. If I'm wrong, I'm sorry, but that's 3 issues that puts red flags up. And I guess in regards to the removal of my information, did I write about that in regards of, when I, a long time ago, and they have this, I guess it's probably the same web page that they have fixed on this, because they have had the same web page up for a long time promoting this nonsense. Why God's name is not Jehovah, right? And yet they pressure and push in the name of Yahweh. If they say that there's uncertainty in regards to the name of God, why is it that they're promoting Yahweh? Why are they so, why are they so, why do they put so much weight on one specific name? And yet they say, oh, we don't really know what the name is, and this Jehovah thing, that's just nonsense and all that. And yet they go, but yeah, I think it was the comment sections I tried to post and was deleted from, let's see here. Well, it doesn't seem to be, where's the comment post section? I guess also might have written in regards of the prefixes as well, because they seem to write in regards of the prefixes. And of course, in regards of the prefixes, in regards of Jehovah, if you know the name starts with a Yod Shiva, you just have to go with standard rules of grammar in Hebrew. So Jehovah becomes like Lihovah, Bihovah, Vihovah, and so forward. Anyway, if you take, that's going by the Bible, standard Hebrew grammar, and Jews also respond to it. I have confirmation that they understand it, So, when you say like lechaim, right, for life, as the Jews usually, can say when they, when you have a drink in Jerusalem, you're like lechaim, right, in regards of, not that I was drinking much, but that's the thing that they say, right, lechaim, and that's with a prefix lechaim. But when the prefix of the lamed is in front of a Yod Shiva, it becomes like Jerusalem becomes Lirushalayim, and so you get the I in the front. So Yehovah becomes Lihovah. So if you want to say for Yehovah, you say Lihovah. So when someone says lechaim, you just say Lihovah. And the Jew that you're speaking to should very much understand you, and you might find out. You might find out if I'm right or not if you go to Israel. If you go to Israel and do that, just don't be angry at me if they respond, okay, negatively. But usually Jews just talk to you, in regards of if they disagree with something. So at least mostly that's my experience with they usually come over and talk to you in regards, hey, we don't use the name of God in Israel and all that. But this is the place I wrote, if I recall. And you can see it's 4 years ago on this, and I remember Dawn Erickson on this. I remember the image of her, and this is a thing that has been ongoing for a lot of years. And it's just interesting that the ministry, while it is sowing doubt on the name of Jehovah, they they use a lot of effort in regards of sowing doubt on Jehovah, and then they go on to promote Yahweh when they just have used argumentation that, oh, we can't be certain about the name and this and that, and yet they won't accept the use of Jehovah, but they won't want to accept Yahweh. And here Dawn is writing, Barak or Bachach is not the only so-called rabbi to agree the pronunciation is Jehovah. But I get the feeling that it doesn't matter how many other sources I bring, you find a way to discredit them. You see, and I would have the same feeling. I feel the ministry it's what they're doing. Whether they want to stand for it or not. It's yeah, and this is and I can agree again with this. I've never understood why you use a pronunciation if this is your position, right? That we don't know what the name is, right? We can't be certain and all that, and yet they wanna solidify, they wanna put weight on Yahweh and then sow doubt on Jehovah. Again, I'm saying the same thing over and over and over again, but that's what they're doing, and so it's and I was just writing information to them in regards of all the things that I've collected, in regards of the prefixes as well and all that. As far as I recall, I must have written something in regards to the prefixes because they had something in the article. So I was collecting all the information, way back, and I'm pretty sure I also talked about the prefixes as well. But so I collected all this good information of many years of research, and it was just annihilated. I don't know if I posted it on my Facebook, but of course there's a lot of information on this topic on my Facebook. So, which if I want to refresh my memory, I would need to go back to a lot of those posts. Because you can't remember all the things, and then they go on to, well, it couldn't be Jehovah and blah, 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 blah. Okay. Yeah, that's why we have 16 Jewish sources. We have one Jew in Denmark translate the whole Bible with Jehovah. That was not the question in regards to what the name was. The question was, should he put it in the Bible? And he writes in the front words he didn't think he should defend himself in regards of using the name of God. There was no question in regards to, maybe this is this or this is that or whatever. He knew the name. The same did Ginsburg. There was no question either in regards to that on Ginsburg. So that's 18 sources, right? Then you have one source in regards of Tovia. Tovia used it in one of his talks with a Christian, and this was on point on something else, totally something else, he used it to explain what the Hebrew names and the meanings and all that, and he actually used the name Jehovah, although he just makes a small break in it because of all their bullshit traditions and all that. But yeah, he used the name. Of course, you can go to Israel as well and further have confirmation in regards to the name, and you will have a lot of Jews rebuking you if you use the name. Because it's only the high priest that is allowed to use the name. Well, then you go to the book of Ruth 2:4. Anyway, so again, that they are promoting this name thing, and things goes wild in some sense, but a lot of people have come to know and are standing on Jehovah, and yet this ministry wanna go on promoting the other thing. Anyway, nice to see the 119 ministry respond, but it doesn't really take away that they remove my information
and we can see that they have the discussions on the web page and all that, and clearly they didn't want my page or my information on that page. So in regards of what is the mark of the beast, we could also have a look on that. But again, the ministry doesn't talk about, as far as I know, that the papacy is in regards of the Antichrist. So this is another issue. So maybe they have come up with some kind of wild theory or something like that, and that's another red flag, because the Antichrist is the papacy. There's no way of getting around of it. It's pretty clear from Scripture. And so that would be another red flag, right? So how many I think we have 4 red flags at least. Removing the information that I collected, that's 1. Removing the documentary of Sunburned, that's 2. Promoting one specific name while saying we can't be sure of the name and attacking the name of Jehovah, that's 3. Not speaking about the Antichrist is 4. I'm not expecting anyone to be perfect or anything like that. And of course they can have their issues here and there. It's just weird, right? It just smells of they have a lot of things that are true. It's not those things I have problems with. Getting blocked up into my nose. So it's not the ministry promotes a lot of good things. It's just weird that, because again, the thing in regards of the papacy is a hush thing. This is one of the things that the devil doesn't want us to talk about. And if a ministry doesn't speak up about one of the most important things, I said it as the number 2. The first thing is in regards to who is Jesus Christ, and the second one is the Antichrist. Those are the two most important things to know. Everything else is secondary. So let's see. What is the mark of the beast? Let's see if they have. Well, I guess I don't know if I've seen this. I probably have, but I can't remember. It's hard to remember all the things, but I guess I will have a look at it. Maybe afterwards, probably is better.
Hello and welcome to another teaching from 119 Ministries. Our ministry believes that the whole Bible is true and directly applicable to our lives today. If you would like to know more about what we believe and teach, please visit us at testeverything.net. We hope that you enjoy studying.
Another thing, by the way, that I had my question is actually when they make the sign of the triangle. I think actually that might happen in the documentary of Sunburned, where he stands specifically making the triangle. And who stands like that speaking? I don't, all these people you see, world leaders and all that, and they stand making this sign just in front of people. Who in the world would stand like that normally and speak? They're clearly sending a signal in regards of a sign, making the triangle. So that would be also a thing that I, picked up on. Would be another red flag that just is curious again, making this documentary, maybe sending a signal to the rest that, yeah, we are on your team. We're just promoting some truth to get things started. Satan is very deceptive. He's very clever, and that's just how it is. So that would be another red flag, by the way. You have to remember that Satan will try on every single level to pull you in the wrong direction, and one of the latest ones that I've seen that got huge amount of traction was this guy that actually promoted correctly that there was issues with Roman Pharisee Paulus, and it's called the Paul document. Apparently, he wrote this document, all the things that he found of issues he wrote down and all that. And I remember listening to, and sorry, my nose is blocked because I'm speaking too much, so I have a little hard actually speaking here. But the thing is, I could agree with, I think, around 95% of what this guy was saying in regards to Paulus. I think it was pretty much spot on, and he took it in the. He pretty much took it in the same, a lot of the same. What do you call it? Line that I would have done it, and he's he was really wonderful. I think to actually point these things out, but this guy is now leading people into New Age Satanism, and I sadly think, I think he was probably a Satanist before he actually went out to promote some truth and then get a following and then lead people astray. He has like 40,000 people following him, and he promotes that it was the Romans that invented Jesus. And one of the videos, he has his woman in the video, and she's sitting with snakes as earrings, and he himself has a tattoo, the triangle tattoo with an owl, and I haven't further digged into his background, but as I understood it, he was a Christian, and if he was a Christian for most of his life, why would you then have because I saw a before and after picture of him standing somewhat naked, well, not totally naked, right, but he's showing that he's fat on one picture and thin on the other, in regards of having these things, New Age stuff, things to work and all that, right? But the thing is, his older image, which should have been in before he became a Satanist, a clear thinking Satanist, should have been when he was a Christian. Well, why in the world, as a Christian, would you even put on tattoos, right? That's one thing. Then the second one is, why would you put clear thinking Satanist tattoos on yourself if you're Christian, right? So that's something, that's some red flags going up there as well. But he did have some good things on Paulus. Of course, the excuses of stopping, he says that he stopped being Christian because he was attacked by other Christians. What does the faith of being a Christian have to do if you're attacked by other proclaimed Christians, The truth is still the truth. And if the truth is still the truth, you stand for the truth where, whoever is going to attack you, right? I found out that when I was in Israel the second time, that the most persecution I actually got was from proclaimed Christians. And interestingly enough, those that, that should be my brothers and sisters was the ones that I got most persecution from in regards to Jesus being Jehovah. They didn't want to, because they didn't believe that Jesus was Jehovah. They didn't believe that Jesus was God Almighty. So yeah, anyway. Or when I was talking to Jews about Jesus, I had specifically one woman, and I don't know if it was the same, because I had the same the first time I was in Israel, and just totally hysterically, multiple times getting in conflict in regards to speaking to Jews about Jesus, which, she had nothing to do with the conversation. She was outward, she was outside. She wasn't even in the conversation, and yet, yeah. but then gets into and stops and try to stop me talking to Jews about Yeshua, which apparently also leads back to Romanism. So anyway, oh, my nose is very bad. Maybe we should just listen a little to this, and I can have a break in regards to my
and testing
nose.
the following teaching.
So yeah, let's have that.
If there is a topic within the scope of biblical end times that dominates interest and discussion, there is no doubt that the mark of the beast mentioned in Revelation 13:16 would be near at the top of such a list. Several verses in Revelation make reference to this mark. The most cited reference is Revelation 13, verses 15 through 18. And it was allowed to give breath to the image of the beast, so that the image of the beast might even speak, and might cause those who would not worship the image of the beast to be slain. Also, it causes all, both small and great, both rich and poor, both free and slave, to be marked on the right hand or the forehead, so that no one can buy or sell unless he has the mark, that is, the name of the beast or the number of its name. This calls for wisdom. Let the one who has understanding calculate the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666. There is a lot to cover in that set of verses. In this teaching, we will provide some brief insight on the image of the beast, buying and selling, the mark on the right hand or the forehead, and the number of the beast. This teaching is by no means going to go into all the detail and depth that these deserve. Our goal here is to simply form an interpretive perspective that might serve well when these prophetic events take place, whether in our lifetimes or not. We want to propose some key ingredients to look for, and if you do not see such key ingredients in any given theory, then you are better equipped to exercise discernment. While Revelation 13 is the dominant chapter that comes to mind regarding the mark of the beast, subsequent related verses emphasize the extreme consequences.
You can see here he holds his hand, normal pretty much. But in the video of Sunburn, I think it is, you can see his stance, like with, showing a pyramid, Who would stand like that and talk, It's just, of course, a lot of world leaders, And I wonder who those world leaders is working for, Anyway.
Individual's faith should they take this mark. As we read these verses, note how receiving the mark is correlated with worshiping the beast, or also known as the Antichrist. This will be important later in the teaching. Revelation 14. And another angel, a third, followed them, saying with a loud voice, "If If anyone worships the beast and its image and receives a mark on his forehead or on his hand, he also will drink the wine of God's wrath, poured full strength into the cup of his anger, and he will be tormented with fire and sulfur in the presence of the holy angels and in the presence of the Lamb. And the smoke of their torment goes up forever and ever, and they have no rest, day or night. These worshippers of the beast and its image, and whoever receives the mark of its name. Here is a call for the endurance of the saints, those that keep the commandments of God and their faith in Yeshua. Revelation 15:2. And I saw what appeared to be a sea of glass mingled with fire, and also those who had conquered the beast and its image and the number of its name, standing beside the sea of glass with harps of God in their hands. Revelation 19. And the beast was captured, and with it the false prophet who in its presence had done the signs by which he deceived those who had received the mark of the beast, and those who worshipped its image. These two were thrown alive into the lake of fire that burns with sulfur. Revelation 20. Then I saw thrones, and seated on them were those to whom the authority to judge was committed. Also, I saw the souls of those who had been beheaded for the testimony of Yeshua and for the word of God, and those who had not worshipped the beast or its image and had not received its mark on their foreheads or their hands. They came to life and reigned with Christ for 1,000 years. Proper and full understanding of the beast, false prophet, the mark, and 666, at least in terms of specifics, might not be fully revealed until these events transpire. Regardless, there's no shortage of theories on any of these. Take the mark of the beast, for example. The last few decades have generated several theories about the mark of the beast. We will cover a few of these theories, but this is by no means an
Now do bear in mind that that the prevalent view on this, which is like one of the things that they do is like, oh well, there's been many theories in regards of this, and then they mix one of the theories that has been the most prevalent throughout history, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years, people pointing out the same, and then all of a sudden it's just and of course that's also one of the good things, I guess, because when you see people debating and they talk about this subject, they sometimes get to mention it just because they will say, well, there has been many views and all that, and then they actually ends up mentioning that people believe that the papacy was the Antichrist. So they do promote, they end up promoting the truth in regard to that. Some people believed that the papacy was the Antichrist, but they end up mixing it with the rest, that this guy was Antichrist, or this one, or this one, or this one, or even the papacy, some people thought was the Antichrist, right? And so they end up just mixing it into everything else, so they make it seem to be just one of these silly ideas, and yet they end up spilling some truth, because that is what is the standard view on who the Antichrist is. It's the papacy. So they do these slick things, and when people just don't, when you see people slicking around it in some sense, something is wrong, because this is if you go back in history, this is something everybody knew and they spoke about it. And when you have people that just goes around this topic, and it's just something is wrong. If someone has been a Christian for 20 or 30 years or more, and they don't mention it, it's just, and for example, one of the people that the person must have read it, must have found it a good amount of times, and yet is even himself promoting things that goes in that direction, and yet ends up making a joke out of it. You know, it's just something is wrong. You know, when you have someone that can pinpoint the whole of Revelation and yet totally miss out on the Antichrist, it's insane. It's just, how can that be? You know, how can you correctly confirm who the whole of Revelation is and yet miss out on who the Antichrist is, and then pinpoint the papacy as the false prophet or a false prophet? You know, it's just, you know, it just doesn't make any sense, because the false prophet, of course, in regard to the second beast, comes after the first beast. So when people are promoting this, that the papacy is the false prophet, well, the false prophet comes afterwards. So you have this when people are saying, well, the false prophet, that's the papacy, and we were still looking for the Antichrist, that's not going to work, because it's the other way around. The Antichrist gives its power and dominion to the second beast. So it just doesn't make any sense that the second beast would be here without the first beast being around. You know, it's just and this is the nutty nonsense that is out there. But actually here, as far as we can see in regards of his hands, he stands more normal with his hands. But if you look into the sunburn, you can, I think it's the sunburn where he just, you know, he stands like with the triangle thing, you know, and it's just, so that's just one of the things that I'm, you know, which I find, you know, raising a red flag. You know, again, who in the right mind would stand with his hands like a triangle as normal? You know, I don't know anyone who would, you know, at least, you know, but of course we know a lot of the world leaders and those who are part of this world satanic Roman world order, they do it, you know. So anyway, so it would be interesting, of course, to see if this video proclaims anything in regards to the papacy at all, or just, you know, slick around it, you know. Anyway, let's see.
Exhaustive list. Barcodes on consumer goods. When barcodes or UPCs were first introduced as a means to use coded numbers as part of...
Yeah, you have 666. The thing is, the 6 is actually written wrong here, at least in regards of, usually the 6 is like these two lines. I don't know why they would take an image where the 6 is not in regards to those two lines. But if you take barcodes and look at it, normally you have the 6 being two lines of that order, although there's usually a little gap on the right side, if I recall correctly. There doesn't seem to be a gap here, but it is the number, the two lines that is usually used in the barcode. So again, I don't know why they would use a barcode that is not, you know, because the two first, as far as I recall, would be the first number. And we can just have a look here. But if you have a barcode someplace, you can just take it and find a 6, and you can, you know, every number has two lines, as far as I recall. It's many years I looked into it. But anyway, let's see here if we can find a 6. But the number 6 is two small lines, like it starts with, and in the middle, and the end. So let's see if we can find some barcode number here. Okay, let's see if that's number 6. Okay, I guess the narrow thing is probably the other way around than I recall, but you can see the number of the 6. You have the two lines. Should be like you have 2, and then you have the 3, and see here, 1, 2. Let's see, 1, 2, 1, 2. That's something wrong here. Let's see here. Here we have, yeah, there we go. That's at least some information on the barcode. Now you can see number 6 is the first number, right? This is how I remember it. And you can look it up. You can just look at barcode numbers. This should be the norm of the barcode numbers. As you can see, the two first lines up here that goes down here is the number 6. And that is why you see, when you see the middle and the last and the first that the barcode number starts with, is 666. That's the idea of it. So you can see those two looks very much like these two, and you can see number 6, right? So as far as I recall, it's like usually 2 lines that makes a barcode number. But again, it's some time since I did it, but these two with a little space should be number 6, and then the next two should be number 7, and the next one should be number 8 and 9, and but there seems to be one more than or maybe not. Maybe it depends in regards to how it actually goes down. Anyway, check it out for yourself. It's many years since I did it, and look after here we have another number 6. You can see, and this is easy to see, because number 6 is the first number in this line, and of course this would be the 2 lines would be the first number. But it should be, as far as I recall, 1 2 and 1 2, 1 2, and 1 2 and then 1 2. Yeah, that fits. Okay, so we have 10 lines in total as far as I can see, which would be making 5 numbers, and 2 lines makes 1 number, and it should fit over on the other side as well. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Yeah, seems to be. So anyway, but you can check that up for yourself, and here you go with number 6 again, and you can look for the number 6. You can become better yourself as reading. Here we go again, where you see this is when the number 6 is a little afterwards. So the first 2 is number 5, and then the 2 after, that's number 6. And as you can see, number 6 looks very much like the first, the middle, and the last numbers of the barcode, which is used as a, so anyway. So that's how it is. So you have the number 666 on a lot of things, hidden just in front of our nose. Was this the wrong web page, maybe? In regards of how far we are. Oh, there we go. So I don't understand this barcode, why they wouldn't have
the buying and selling process. There was immediate
why they would, okay, they take another barcode
speculation that barcodes would eventually become the mark of the beast. Some still believe it to this day.
It's weird.
Then there were credit cards.
They don't seem to show any of the barcodes that actually seems to be fitting in regards of that numbering thing. So maybe they didn't use real barcodes, but that's just weird, because barcodes are everywhere, so it shouldn't really have been a problem actually finding a barcode where you have real numbers in regards to this system.
Facilitated buying and selling with numbers. They consequently became associated with the mark of the beast. Implanted RFID chips or microchips. More recently, as technology progressed, RFID and microchips were suggested to be the mark of the beast and began to dominate many mark of the beast theories. The COVID-19 vaccine. More recently, with the COVID-19 pandemic in progress at the writing of this teaching, there has been increased speculation that vaccines could be the mark of the beast. It is proposed that a person might not be able to buy or sell without the vaccine. There have been countless other theories as it relates to the mark of the beast, and we are simply offering some of the more common examples from the last few decades. It should be noted that a common denominator in all of these theories is that there is some actual or proposed relationship to buying or selling. The proposed reasoning for that takes us right back to Revelation 13. Revelation 13 verses 16 through 17. Also, it causes all, both small and great, both rich and poor, both free and slave, to be marked on the right hand or the forehead, so that no one can buy or sell unless he has the mark, that is, the name of the beast or the number of its name. There is a reasonable motive for wanting to know the specifics of the mark of the beast. Experiencing God's wrath and a promise to be tossed into the lake of fire would compel any reasonable person in the faith to make every attempt to avoid taking the mark of the beast.
I don't think it's so hard to understand. It's the number of the beast, which is either the name of the beast or his number. And of course, that leads to the Roman papacy. So in the future, we will have that either you take it, you either take the mark or you can't. You can't buy or sell. And you will be slaughtered and butchered because you do not bow down to the idol in the temple, which will be an image of whoever is in the position of the papacy at that point. So, but again, I don't know. I haven't heard anything in regards to the papacy yet.
We cannot fault any person for seeking out theories that define the mark. It is easier to avoid something if you know exactly what it is, right? We are often asked, what is the mark of the beast? Or sometimes a particularly troubled or frightened person will contact us and declare that they believe they have already taken the mark of the beast and believe that they are now doomed for all of eternity.
I think this teaching might be in regards of that it's already, in regards of the doing or thinking, compared to the Bible. And that could be one way to think about it as well. But in the future, I think it's pretty clear that there's going to come something upon the whole world. And if you reject it, then you will die. If you reject bowing down to the Antichrist and his idol, standing where it should not, on holy ground, that would be in the temple, well then, you will die. You will be butchered at the Great Tribulation. That seems to be, at the Great Tribulation, that seems to happen. So if you take, you have multiple stories in the book of Revelation, and if you try to correlate them, it seems to be the time of the Great Tribulation where the idol is going to be set up. So the temple must be around at that point. Anyway, I will need to reread the book of Revelation. There's some other things that, trying to fix the puzzle pieces together and all that. There's two places where it talks about in regards of judgment as well, in regards of where you can correlate the things as well, somewhat. Because we know we have the seven trumpets is in one story, and the next story you have from another angle, you have more details in regards of what is going on, and then of course you have further details on the hall and the beast and all that. Well, at least on the hall, you have different, and I probably should take the story of Revelation and begin to actually, because all these inserted chapter divisions and all that has been inserted just doesn't help much in regards to things. So yeah, anyway.
Hopefully by the end of this teaching, it will be clear that the person in the faith taking the mark of the beast accidentally is not really possible. The mark of the beast will be clearer to those who follow the law of God, the Torah, when it arrives. So, how can we gain some reasonable clarity around this subject? John, the author of the book of Revelation, affords us a mysterious clue. The mark of the beast is the name of the beast and or the number of his name. Revelation 13. No one can buy or sell unless he has the mark, that is, the name of the beast or the number of its name. Following that statement, we are provided a little more detail. Verse 18. This calls for wisdom. Let the one who has understanding calculate the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666. Wow, what in the world does that mean? What does 666 mean? It has only been discussed for about 2,000 years or so, and this is not to say that we have it fully figured out.
Well, a lot of people had it fully figured out. Because if we look in the book of Daniel, we have 4 beasts, right? And the last beast we know is Roman, and on the Roman beast is a little horn, which of course we know is the papacy. Now that little horn is the same as the beast in the book of Revelation, which is the beast of the number 666. So we get details in the book of Revelation that, fits further details in the book of Daniel. And we know that this little horn, little Roman horn, is the horn of the number 666. It's the same as the beast of the number 666. It gives you further details on the same thing. Just from another angle, so you can fit the puzzle pieces together. And of course, this little horn thinks to change times and laws. That would be the papacy again. And we know it's in effect until Jesus returns and throws the beast into the lake of fire. Again, we see the beast in the book of Daniel and the beast in the book of Revelation have the same ending, because it's the same thing. Although we get information, but it's the same thing. So, but anyway, it's just, so if we're going to get into some, we don't know, and maybe this, and why not just say what most people found out? It's the papacy. It's the number 666 is the number of the sun, S-U-N, and the Antichrist is the pagan high priest of sun worship. It's his number. It's like Vicarious Filidae, 666. Anyway,
But let's begin to work through this a little. Hopefully we can provide you some understanding that makes some sense. The process of working from a number to a name was an ancient process called gematria.
but I think I've seen this, and I think they will promote this thing that, in regards of having, of course, because you have some in the Bible in regards of when you think, you in regards to the Torah in your mind and the Torah in your hand to do the Torah and to think about the Torah, right, and so forward. So I think if I recall, they most likely is going to, go in that direction in regards of just having, in regards to the Antichrist. But anyway, let's see.
In Hebrew. It was not uncommon for ancient languages to use the letters of the alphabet for their numerical systems. Such a system was well known by those who could read and write. Sometimes this process was used to hide the identity of a particular person in written statements. For example, the graffito from Pompeii about 79 AD reads, "I love her, whose number is 545. Only those who knew the name or the pool of candidates could work out the riddle. The history of interpretation concerning the correlation of a person with the number 666 has only resulted in endless speculations. One of the most prominent candidates has been the 1st century Roman Emperor, Nero. A rare...
See, that would be preterism. So in regards of just, if we, a lot of people just throws the book of Revelation in the past, which of course is just nonsense. But the book of Revelation is past, present, and future. And there seems to be issues on all levels, you end up getting attacked by historicists when you promote anything in regards to the future, apparently. And just weird, because I would think that I would be a historicist, but I guess I just call myself a bibliocist now, so I don't get into any trouble. But a lot of proclaimed bibliocists have some huge issues, and they will say that the trumpets, and I think actually Ellen G. White seems to also be in that wagon, will say that that the trumpets has been blown, a lot of them, some of course will say every trumpet, but or will say every single trumpet except the last one has been blown and all that. But it's not biblical. It's bullshit. It's just utter rubbish. That's what it is. Now then you have the preterists that want to throw everything in the past. That's rubbish as well. Now Nero would just be one of many who represented the beast. in regards to the 7 heads. You have 7 heads. 5 has been in the day of John, or Yochanan. One is to come for a short while, and then the 8, which is one of the 7, is the beast itself. That's the papacy. But of course, all of them, in some sense, represents the beast, that has the number 666. So Nero would just be one of those people, So anyway.
The rendering of his name into Neron Caesar, which is transliterated like this into Hebrew, renders the number 666. This rare form of Nero's name was actually found in an Aramaic document from Qumran. It is also noteworthy that a variant reading in the Greek New Testament manuscripts exists that cites the number as 616 rather than 666. The transliteration of the normal...
Yeah, and there we have the, bullshit in regards of sowing confusion in regards of if the number might not even be 666. That's bullshit, of course. And this is, this is kind of interesting that that they would promote that thing as well and make popular. When we know the name is 666, the Satanist knows the number is 666. We have historical documents promoting that it is the number 666. So to promote this 616 is just nonsense, and that would be another red flag. Why would they push effort on that? That's just nonsense. I think there might be 1 or 2 documents in regards of this or something like that, but we know it's not true. So I don't know why anyone would actually give that much credibility at all. But that's something that you also see. I think it's the other Roman Catholic guy that promotes this as well. You can probably find more, but it's just nonsense. The one of the oldest documents that we have, what is it called? He also talks about the number 666. It's just nonsense. There's no, as far as my opinion goes anyway, in regards of researching it, it's just nothing makes any sense in regards of 616 instead of 666. It's just, give me a break. Look at the world. Look at the Satanists. They know the number is 666, It's just it's not a secret. It's everywhere. It's everywhere in the world, It's just... So on the biblical front, we know it's 666, and from the Satanist view of things as well, we know it's 666, And it just, yeah. So this seems to be slick snake oil to just slide away from the papacy being the Antichrist.
Nero Caesar into Hebrew renders the number 616. There was also a belief in a revived Nero as the Antichrist from the 1st century to the time of Augustine, who cites the idea in the City of God. Whether Nero was or was not a type of the Antichrist is unclear, as there are some similarities. We mentioned Nero.
Again, Nero would be one of those that represented the beast, in regards to the heads. At the time of John, the 6th head is there. So, and then you have the 7th head, and then you have one of the 7 being the beast itself. Again, the papacy. One head, one king doesn't just represent one king, one single man. It represents a position, an office, a dynasty of men. Just because you have the golden head on the statue doesn't mean it only represents Nebuchadnezzar. We at least know that there was at least one more that represented the golden head. Now, some believe there are more, but you have Nebuchadnezzar and then you have his son. Now, some historians or whatever, they apparently think there would be some between those two. I don't know. The Bible doesn't say, as far as I know. We only have those 2, so we are certain that there's at least 2 kings that represents the golden head. And then, of course, we have Medo-Persia in regards to the silver, where we have multiple kings as well at that point, and of course the Grecian and the Roman and so forward. So it's not It's not just one single. When prophecy says a king, it's not just meaning one single dude. It's an office. It's a position. It's a dynasty of men.
Because many are familiar with that theory and the supposed connection to 666. Most believe there is still a final Antichrist to come, and this is what John had in mind. It is also doubtful that the usage of gematria is what is intended to unlock the meaning of 666. If you recall, John stated that we would require wisdom to solve the mystery of the name of the beast and its number of 666. Wisdom is not only knowledge, but the experience and discernment needed to apply such knowledge. When John said we needed wisdom, one might be wise to consider that John was referencing the ability to properly apply and discern the knowledge of the Scriptures. Biblically speaking, true wisdom comes from knowing and correctly applying the Word of God. How does knowing Scripture relate to the number 666? The only other...
Well, if you begin to grow in prophecy and you are pointed in the right direction in regards of the Roman Antichrist, then you kind of begins to, and then you just calculate the name, right? Oh yeah. And then you find out that the papacy is the Antichrist, and that his number is the number 666. Yeah. I guess maybe one should make a image of the Antichrist and with the number 66. Someone actually should have made that, I guess. Let's see if we actually can find it. Pope 666. There must be someone who has made an image in regards of or maybe I shouldn't use Google. See, DuckDuckGo. This browser goes directly automatically to Google. So, and of course they censor and change search results. Let's see if images. Yeah, there we go. That's some pretty good. Some 666. Let's have this. It's the Pope 666. Oh, that's a video on YouTube. What? Isn't there anyone that actually have written on one of the images of the Antichrist here we have in regards of calculating the number of the beast 666. I would have liked to see an image and with the poop on directly, and then with the number 666. But no, I don't see any. Sadly, I don't see. Well, sun god. There we go with some kind of sun god, which is of course totally true. The number 6. You can find these old where you have the plate of the number 666. Okay, let's see. Okay, see details. Apparently, we have an issue here. Oh, that's in regards of Oprah, apparently. Some of scan thing. Okay, I'm doing that research on my USB stick before I'm moving it over to my other computer here. So, there we go. Maybe someone like Pope's name 666. There we go. At least that's something. I have him kissing the Quran, the blasphemous book of the Quran, Oh, here we have another. Oh, here we have another count. Jesu Christi Vicaria Infallibili, whatever, 666, the Triple Crown. We have this Mystery Babylon in regards to the pagan Trinity symbols. They're all around. There he stands with the filthy idol. Yeah, it's apostate. Doesn't seem to be that many. Oh, here we have one. Oh, that's great. That's absolutely great. There we go. 666 in the That's what we're looking for. Oh yeah. I think I'll just maybe post some of those on Gap, you know. Let's first save this one first. And I don't know, maybe in the download section in regards of poop. I guess I don't. Oh, okay, poop. And I should have probably written poop 666. But anyway, let's on this one. Yep, save 666. That's amazing. That's what we're looking for. Oh, we have is the Pope 666? Yeah, well, that was not an image. Now we have an image here. I'll save this as well. In regard to the Pope 666. I think that was the image we're looking for. And also have maybe we should have taken the 666 sun god. What is it called? That's this sun god charm, I guess, or something of that nature. It goes out to Google again, you know. DuckDuckGo. Let's see, yeah. Image. There we go. I'm not sure what it's called, but you can save that as well with it. Here we have the Sun Ra thing, pagan bullshit in regards to the number 666 as well. Although I know this charm thing, if I write the right thing, I should be able to find a lot of I just don't know, pendulum maybe, pendulum. Okay, let's see if we can find nope, number pendulum, something like that. Apparently it's a little hard to find. There was one more here. So we have the magic square of the sun. The magic square of the sun. We have the mark of the beast, number 666. So here we have the bullshit of this Roman Catholic, and usually also in regards of when they show the beast, they don't really show the correct they don't show the correct way it actually is written as depicted in the Book of Revelation. So apparently it's called the magic square, apparently. I know there was a video I saw that was very, very good as well, but I think that was actually from the SDA, a younger guy but you know, it's not, you have multiple SDAs that actually speaks the truth on those things. Anyway,
another instance in which 666 appears in the scriptures is related to Solomon. 2 Chronicles 9:13. Now the weight of gold that came to Solomon in 1 year was 666 talents of gold. Some might arrive to the conclusion that this mention of 666 is simply a coincidence. On the surface, it does not appear to offer much insight, nor does it seem to connect to Revelation. Perhaps it is just a coincidence and means nothing. However, for those who doubt coincidences in the Bible, consider the following. In the law of God, the Torah, Deuteronomy 17 lays out an interesting command specific to kings of Israel. It prohibits the king from multiplying horses and chariots, wives, and wealth. This is exactly what Solomon is doing in 1 Kings chapters 10 through 11. Chapter 10 begins by commending his great wisdom, but then Step by step, we see a gradual decline. That is, he begins violating the rules for kings by multiplying gold. He begins multiplying horses and chariots, and finally multiplying wives. If that was not bad enough, these numerous wives turn his heart away from following Yahweh. He sets up centers of false worship for all the foreign gods of his wives. So, using the Bible to interpret the Bible, it could be reasonably deduced that the number 666 is associated with Solomon and his fall, his abuse of power.
That's very interesting. I can't get in this blog that actually had one of the should of course have saved the, but that's of course typical that you are blocked out from websites, and it's just searching something and then you're blocked out from and I think that was one of the places where I found something that really, I guess, can use the small picture if I can find it, of course. You would have thought that it would, annoying. Very annoying. That's one. There we go. Yeah, Ezekiel Raptor, and apparently I can't get on his. So let's see. Save image. This small image. Oh, it's fine with a small image, I guess. It's better than nothing. You can still see what it is. But yeah, you know, there's so many pinpoints in regards to the number 666, so it's not a big mystery. Oh, this block is to it's blogger.com that is censoring things in regards to this, so you cannot see it because they're censoring things as usual. Many of these platforms are, censoring things as book burnings and all that. So, not a surprise, is it? So this blogger is apparently writing about the Antichrist and all that, and is not being censored. EzekielRapture.blogspot. So Blogspot is another platform that is clearly not for free speech. But of course, that's not a surprise, I guess. Let's see here, Blogspot. Let's see if we can go into Blogspot and see what it is. I guess it's just to block, right? But when you hand over information, then yeah. Anyway, I'll be right back. I'll just take
turning away from the true worship of Yahweh. This conclusion should not seem like much of a stretch because, interestingly enough, that is exactly
Oh, yes, we're running again.
Okay. But apparently this this profile thing has been stopped. Interesting. Pope's name 666. Apparently that's, I guess it's some kind of car or something like that. Okay, let's see. Save as, and then it goes off with HTML dot. You gotta be kidding me. Save picture or something like that. Give me a break. You don't give me the save as and then you fix a HTML. Are you kidding me? And let's try save as. Try to save that. No, still HTML. You gotta be kidding me. What is this bullshit? Okay, we have a download button, it seems, down here. I don't know if it works. Maybe it doesn't work. Maybe you need to be logged in to actually have it working. View all sizes. Oh, give me a break. Just download the freaking thing, It's just bullshit. The internet has been totally ruined by all these companies. Has no enjoyment in going around on the internet anymore. That's very sad. Sizes. Just take the largest one and then save it. Save as. Why should save as still doesn't work? Okay. Looking for the HTML code and photo link. You just download it. Save as. And it still doesn't want to save as. I'm getting kind of why do I need to use this extra effort all the time to fix things? And that's what the internet has become. You should always be able to just right click and save as. Why do I need to open some kind of an application and Control V, expand canvas, and then I need to take like a, it's not like it takes that long, right? But it's one of these issues where you're just thinking, why? An image, auto crop. Oh, that was wrong. Not auto crop. Crop to selection. Thank you. Yeah, and let's just save it. You're gonna be kidding me. Poop. Save. There we go. Well, 100%. Go. So I needed to do that. Just to download an image. Gets kind of tedious. And that's apparently Flickr or something. And again, when people use these platforms, they of course just end up supporting. We end up supporting, in like Facebook. It has a lot of scripture on it. This car apparently. In regards to the Pope 666, and in regards to Jesus. Anyway, we just want the Pope 666 and we can begin to plaster the gap thing, I guess, with some of these there's apparently 6 notifications on gap. That's nothing as thank you. And you're oh yeah, See, the question is, what are you going to do? Nothing. There's nothing a sinus type. Oh yeah, sinus tall increase. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's nice. It's nice to, yeah, at least. Not very hard. And this platform Roman Catholics masterpiece. Oh well, I don't know. We can replay, and we can also now keep editing. We can just, there you go. Let's take this one. There you go. Oh yeah. Anyway, let's get some of the pictures fixed on my page. Here we go. Let's post this one. Let's post this one, and let's post, I guess this, this one, and let's post this one. Well, anything else we have at the moment? Oh, maybe we should post the cookie that did Cookie Jesus. Oh yeah, so far so good, I guess. But yeah, apparently, we wanted that image. Where's that actually? That's the image with the Pope with the 6. I as far as I know, I did download it. Maybe in a smaller form, or maybe it's broken. It's just a file. Why is it just a file? Okay, let's just put JPG on it and see if that works. Oh, that works. Okay, so why has these files not been saved as JPG? I don't know. Apparently that's just didn't want to, So now just need to change all those things and fix the .jpk at the end apparently. I don't know why it wouldn't, but typical bullshit of our days. So you need to redo things that you really shouldn't be necessary to do. But anyway, let's see poop here, and it's not showing. I don't know why it's not showing. So as far as I recall, I did have the have Windows actually showing the images, but it doesn't. I don't know why. Tiles content, no. Tiles, it's not. I don't know why it's not. I would need to look into that, I guess. Very annoying. I guess I could actually take all of them and open them and actually. Okay, this one we have. This one we have. This one we have. And there we go. There we go. This seems to be pretty good. The beast of the number 666, the high pagan, the high satanic priest of sun worship, pagan trinity, Father, Mother, and Son. Moon, Venus, Sun, and Sun. Babylonian Babel. Satanic bullshit. There we go. Oh yeah. Sulis, blah 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 blah. Sun worship, number of the beast 666. Oh yeah, 666. That's pretty good, you know. But yeah. Oh well. Anyway, let's move forward here.
Revelation already says. Revelation 19. Received the mark of the beast and those who worshipped its image. Revelation 20. Those who had not worshipped the beast or its image and had not received its mark on their foreheads or their hands. So here's the point we're attempting to establish. Whatever the mark of the beast might be, it will be founded on the blatant false worship and an anti-Torah alignment with the beast. There will be no mistaking it. But what about the restriction of buying and selling as it relates to this mark? That is a good and fair question. So often it is reasonably assumed that the buying and selling is economic in nature. Perhaps it is. However, there is a certain contextual economy already established in Revelation and might be better supported when a continuous stream of context is kept in mind and applied. In Revelation, Yeshua metaphorically establishes transactions of worship as business transactions, buying and selling. Revelation 3:18. I counsel you to buy from me gold refined by fire, so that you may be rich, and white garments so that you may clothe yourself, and the shame of your nakedness not be seen, and salve to anoint your eyes, so that you may see. This appears to connect back to chapter 13 with reference to the worship of the beast, the image set up by the beast who must be worshipped to avoid the threat of death. Everyone must worship the image, but no one may do so without the mark. The buying and selling referred to here is of the same kind established by Yeshua in chapter 3. It is worship, metaphorically as spiritual transactions. Revelation 13:15. And it was allowed to give breath to the image of the beast, and might cause those who would not worship the image of the beast to be slain. Of course, verse 15 flows right into the context of the mark of the beast that we read earlier. This kind of forced worship of an image set up also has ties back to Nebuchadnezzar. King Nebuchadnezzar made an image of gold, whose height was 60 cubits, and its breadth 6 cubits, which appears dangerously close to the infamous number of 666. Daniel chapter 3. And the herald proclaimed aloud, You are commanded, O peoples, nations, and languages, that when you hear the sound of the horn, pipe, lyre, trigon, harp, bagpipe, and every kind of music, you are to fall down and worship the golden image that King Nebuchadnezzar has set up. Nebuchadnezzar is acting as a beast and sets up an actual image to be worshipped. Again, we have a 6 and a 60 associated with the worship of a false image with the threat of death. All of this comes together in a name and number of a man, 666. This sums up man in his fallen state. The number carries with it the fallen glory of Solomon, his degraded wisdom, his failure to follow the word of God, his abuse of power, and his allowing himself to be turned aside to the worship of false gods. The worship of false gods is the exact opposite of following the Torah.
Yes.
When we follow the Torah, we are pledging allegiance to Yahweh as the supreme authority over our lives. In fact, it is the following of the Torah that is the image of God. When Adam was created, he was created in the image of God. He followed the Torah. When he sinned, he was no longer in the perfect image of God. Someday, at the resurrection, we will be restored to that perfect image. For more on this, we would suggest our teaching, Returning to the Image of God. Likewise, the beast has his own image, and that image is an anti-Torah image. It will become mandatory to conform to that image, and conforming to the image of Yahweh will include the threat of death. In fact, for those who know that prophecy is revealed in cyclical patterns, consider examining the Maccabean period. After Antiochus Epiphanes set himself up as a type of Antichrist by sacrificing a pig in the temple, an anti-Torah image was established as law under the threat of death. Jews were forced to eat pig and abandon the Sabbath and feast days. They were not permitted to study or practice the Word of God. Circumcision was forbidden. If they violated this anti-Torah image, they risked death, and quite often, a painful death. This is also why Nero, who was mentioned before and did similar things, could also have been a type of the Antichrist. Many of these things have happened and are promised to occur again. What has happened before will happen again. Breath will be given to the image of the beast, and the image will go forth. The image will be animated to life in a sense, and carry authority behind it. Revelation 13:15. And it was allowed to give breath to the image of the beast, so that the image of the beast might even speak, and might cause those who would not worship the image of the beast to be slain. For more on what giving breath means in a Hebraic sense, we would consider watching the Teachings Life After Death series, Part 1, or the Hebrew root of spirit. For whatever it is worth, the point is this. The image of the beast does not appear to be a physical image. It appears to be an anti-Torah mandate from a governmental authority.
No. The image of the beast will be an image of the beast standing where it should not. It is, but it gotta be kidding me, The image of the beast, standing where it should not. Where should it not stand? It's standing on holy ground. That was the Danish translation really had me, because they put in a comma. So it's like a break, No, the image stands on where, holy ground, where it should not stand. And of course the temple, there will be another temple. That's pretty clear, I think, from scripture. The question is, of course, when will this temple come around? And as far as I can see, the temple will be around at the Great Tribulation. But it doesn't really, the first story when the Great Tribulation is, it doesn't really say in the first story that there is a temple. It just says that, a lot of people will be butchered. But when you then take the next story, and of course the words of Jesus as well in the Gospels and all that, and it seems like the temple is most likely standing already at the Great Tribulation, and the image of the beast as well. And because then we go into, after the Great Tribulation, we go into the seven trumpets, and of course, at least in the sixth trumpet, we know the temple is around because John is made to measure the temple at that point. But it's probably already up probably before that. But anyway,
which has happened several times before as a shadow of what is to come. By following this anti-Torah image, it is placed in your mind and thus written on your forehead. That is the mark on the forehead. Once it is in your mind, then you do what is in your mind. You do what is against the Torah. Your actions are represented by your hands. By following and doing the anti-Torah image, you are taking the mark. Revelation 13. And it was allowed to give breath to the image of the beast, so that the image of the beast might even speak, and might cause those who would not worship the image of the beast to be slain. Also, it causes all, both small and great, both rich and poor, both free and slave, to be marked on the right hand or the forehead, so that no one can buy or sell unless he has the mark, that is, the name of the beast or the number of its name. This calls for wisdom. Let the one who has understanding calculate the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666. So this is not to say that there is not a physical mark. Perhaps there is. However, historically and cyclically, this is the pattern we should be looking for. That is an anti-Torah image to take life under the authority of some governmental structure. Likewise, Yahweh also has a mark on the forehead and on the hand. That mark, or image, is the Torah. Deuteronomy chapter 6. Now this is the commandment, the statutes and the rules that Yahweh your God commanded me to teach you, that you may do them in the land to which you are going over, to possess it. You shall bind them as a sign on your hand, and they shall be as frontlets between your eyes. That is the mark we want, the mark of Yahweh, which is the Torah. Revelation 14:1. Then I looked, and behold, on Mount Zion stood the Lamb, and with him 144,000 who had his name and his father's name written on their foreheads. And there is the mark of the beast, which is the mark of the anti-Torah. Revelation 13. It also forces all people, great and small, rich and poor, free and slave, to receive a mark on their...
It just doesn't, we're not pointing out who the papacy is in regards to the number of the papacy, in regards to the Roman Antichrist, in regards to the Roman beast. Are we just going to let that go? If a ministry can't point out who the Antichrist is, it just worries me, because how is it that a ministry that have been studying the Bible for so long can't point out the Antichrist? Why is it that so many ministries just doesn't want to talk about it? There's so many ministries out there, Torah ministries and all that have a lot of good things and true things, right? But when it comes to the papacy, they just don't want to talk about it. They just kind of, it's like pointing to other things, which of course is, it's important, but compared to who the Antichrist is, it's kind of a lot less of an issue compared to, hey, who's the Antichrist? Who is it that deceives the world and deceives the Christians as well, leading them into, the broad way to destruction, right? Who's the arch enemy of Jesus Christ? Kind of a pretty important thing, I think, And if you see Jesus warning people again and again and again and again in regards to this, I really didn't want to write more on this place, but anyway, while we're at it, let's just fix let's just fix all the files, I guess. Or maybe I should wait, but anyway, I have collected more, but at least here's some. I don't know how many. Well, we have 5. Can we move them around? Or I should maybe wait to have all of the images fixed. Yep. Yep, this one, save as. I don't really wanna post this in regards to the Eye of Ra, the Eye of Satan, but that's the devil's nonsense. And apparently, we also now have another format. Apparently, we don't have a PDF. So I guess one needs to do the print screen thing, go into the application and expand canvas and take the image, crop to selection, save as. I really don't like, no, let's see here. I really don't like this image nonsense and all that, satanic bullshit and all that. There's so much pagan bullshit. It just doesn't work for me. It's just disgusting, filthy, pagan, satanic sun worship on so many levels. Let's see here. Well, these images apparently are very small. I don't know why these images can't be put up in a bigger thing.
I guess seeing is believing. G download. Oh, some G's. What is G? Is that the thing that I'm... Oh. Well, that's a lot of issues that it actually finds in regards of my LG stuff. Apparently, dirty car. Well, the dirty car wouldn't really be an issue, but download driver pack online catalog. Okay, so I guess it's finished running the anti-scanning. Let's start this, but the problem is a lot of the things that it found wasn't really an overall issue. It pretty much just ruined, I guess, a lot of the things in regards of hacking the okay. Yeah, it's just problematic. Anyway, we can...
their right hands or on their foreheads, so that they could not buy or sell unless they had the mark, which is the number of the beast or the number of its name. Historically, when this has occurred before, it took shape just as Revelation metaphorically describes. Could there be physical elements? We suppose that is possible, but it is not necessary. What is necessary is that the mark of the beast, when it arrives, will unmistakably be connected with the worship of an anti-Torah mandate under the threat of death. If you do not see those clear elements, then it is not the mark of the beast. We pray that you've been blessed by this teaching, and remember, continue to test everything. Shalom.
Yeah, and so who's the Antichrist? You know, the papacy. Again, when you have a ministry that it's just very, well, I guess testing.
It is because of you, our generous.
So I didn't really see much. Yeah, well, oh well, maybe I should just go on, but it just 666. Who's the Antichrist? The papacy. The papacy is the Antichrist. Why is that so hard to accept? You know? Why is that so unpopular? Oh yeah, we have another in regards of the union, in regards to the cookie Jesus. Church of Latter-day Saints. She also used the symbol in regard. So, but sadly I can't see the big screen of it, so big picture. I can't see the image, you know, of this guy. Show files. It doesn't show the files. I don't know why it's not showing the image of the files in the. As far as I recall, it did do that in the. You know, if you put it on large. Okay, let's see. What is the name? It's the 34. 34. Can I write anything? Okay. The Antichrist. And pagan priest of sun worship, the man sitting now in the chair of the devil. There we go. High pagan satanic priest of sun worship, the man now sitting in the chair of the devil. The papacy is Antichrist. 666. There we go. The beast and little horn. The int, beast and little horn. Two addition and little horn who thinks to change times and laws and persecutes the saints. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so that's, you know, it's just weird. Kind of, so that, you know, whatever, you know, nothing about the papacy. Oh well, I nearly have collected all images, haven't we? Well, I guess we should go and get some food. Oh, book burning. Wow. Sinan. Et bogbarneri. Men sådan er det jo. Oh, it downloaded that one and that one. We got is the Pope 666. Let's see if this is a good source. Oh yeah. Isn't that interesting that the sound sometimes in these videos, but it seems to be defend the Catholic faith. Well, what's the sound? Why did it start with sound? And then stops. Interesting how many of these videos in regards to the truth tends to have issues with sound or, having weird technical issues of different kind. It tends to happen a good amount. Is the Pope 666? Well, let's see, defend Catholic, blah, blah, blah. Some claim the 666 refers to the Pope because the Latin titles, well, that's just one thing, okay? I'll have to go with the sound again, and then it removes again. I had another video just yesterday as well in regards to this topic. I had the same issue in regards to then the sound would go and then off and then on and off and on and on. It's just, It's interesting how these, well, of course, this is a Catholic, trying to deflect the truth in regards to the Pope being the they always lie and tell bullshit. Oh, so sick and tired of Roman Catholics, children of the devil. Here we have some in regards to the Apocalypse 17. I don't know in regards to, oh, that's Spanish, so probably shouldn't have that image of the all-seeing eye. That won't take long already. Well, it's not finished yet. Apparently it has some kind of well, I guess that the truth about Pope Francis, and they promote him as a false prophet, but of course that's not what it is. It's the Antichrist. There's no salvation outside the, now the end begins. At least.
6.
Nates, I'm CJ. We've got some issue going on. It seems to be that our output is way.
Well, that seems to be like more of a thing to. We have save image as. There we go, another image. Poop 666. That was a pretty good image, really. Maybe we can get it a little larger. I don't know. That's 3 different poops. 666. Ah, let's put that as well. It's not. U.S. wisdom. But he. There you go. There you go. There you go. The Antichrist. Dynasty. Office. What is it called? Seat. Office seat. Oh well, so let he who has wisdom count the number of the beast. Here you go. That's not well anyway. In Latin. Oh well, there we go. Anyway, any questions? Nope. Don't let anyone fool you. Don't let anyone. Okay, let's see here. We have some antivirus thing here. Trojan Bitcoin miner apparently from where? Okay. Oh, that's multiple win setup 110. I don't know. It's really hard to know if these are true. We also have Explore++ that is reacting, which also should be open source. So I don't know what going on with these applications. That should be safe. If it's the, yeah, we have some click banking. This is another application that shouldn't have any problems, and yet it's reacting to it. These are like free available applications that shouldn't have any problems. So it's kind of it's kind of really, you know, should you trust them or not, right? Boom, 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 bum, 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 bum. Let's see here. Pope admits, actually, I'm the Antichrist. Oh, here's the Antichrist. But I don't, you know, when people point out in regard to the seven mountains, that's not what it means in prophecy, you know. 7 mountains, seven kings. Oh well, anyway. That's kind of a weird video. I guess it's also old, so I guess. Okay, let's see. Mystery of Iniquity, the two Babylons.
Worship iconography here in St. Peter's Basilica. There's a sun over his.
Sun worship. Let he who has wisdom count the number of the beast. Here you go, the office, dynasty, and seat of the devil's puppet, crowned as the fathers of princes and kings in Latin. Taking upon himself the blasphemous title, Holy Father. Let he who has wisdom count the number of the beast. Here you go, the office, dynasty, and seat of the devil's puppet, crowned as the father of princes and kings in Latin, taking upon himself the blasphemous title, Holy Father. Don't let any of the Roman agents fool you. The last beast is Roman. And the devil follows him.
Oh well.
Great.
Let he who has wisdom count the number of the beast. Here you go. The office, dynasty, and seat of the devil's puppet, crowned as the father of princes and kings in Latin, taking upon himself the blasphemous title, Holy Father. Don't let any of the Roman agents fool you. The last beast is Roman, and the devil's children follows him. No, bum 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 bum. Let's see what this is. Trump idolized as the sun god. Okay. Some of them are full of hatred toward anyone who does not praise Trump's every word or deed. Apparently he's pointed out as the sun god, apparently. They defend Trump but despise anyone who is not on the Trump train. The pagan sun god has a number. It is the sum of 1 through 36 equals 666. Well, yeah, it's all sun god worship. The devil loves sun worship. Let he who has wisdom count the number of the beast. Here you go, the office, dynasty, and seat of the devil's puppet, crowned as the father of princes and kings in Latin, taking upon himself the blasphemous title, Holy Father. Don't let any of the Roman ancients fool you. The last beast is Roman, and the devil's children follows him. Yeah, there we go. Actually pretty good in regards of the meat and the, you know, maybe one could actually put a little yeah, maybe I'm going to stand on, you're going to
expose the heresies being it would call evangelical or non-evangelical. We should like evangelical and more Catholic.
more coffee. Oh, is that gone? Apparently Blogger.com also do book burnings while trying to find pictures correctly pointing out the Antichrist 666. Apparently this guy's blog has been closed down who had one of the great images found by the search engine. So the image might be small in resolution than the original, but works for me. This is the man in the seat of the devil at the moment. His number is 666. Yeah, that's the image of the poop. The great stinger.
that's actually great. The recent media is coming. Do we have some other good pictures here? Probably have. Let's see here. Something we go. Sun God. Yeah, maybe we should take that one. 94. 94. Let's see if we can find the 94. 94. 94. 94. 94. 94. There we go. 90. No, that's 97. Should have something with 94. Oh, 90, maybe it's 97. Let's try 97 maybe. Maybe I was wrong in regards to the... Let's see this one. Yep. The high satanic priest of the old mystery religion of Babylon, which is found all over the world. Father, Mother, and Son. God, the high pagan priest of the old mystery religion of Babylon. Priest, Queen of Heavens, and Son. Oh, cookie and cookie.
I know what it is. Oh, yeah.
Don't whore. Bum 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 bum. And sun-shaped cookie god in union with that's all. Yeah, I know, it's all bullshit. The father in union with the mother. Fertility. Bullshit. Of vanity, of utter vanity. And behold, idolaters who bow and Satanist, wicked, evil Satanist, loving to worship the devil. Behold the cookie idolaters who eat and bow to their false god and walk around with him in the sunway monstrance, wicked evil Satanist who clings to devil worship. These devils children. Children. Following the Spirit. Anathema! They scream. Yeah. And a lot of those. On the children of God. Let them come. The high satanic priest of the old mystery religion of Babylon, which is found all over the world, Father, Mother, and Son. Priest, Queen of the heavens, and sun-shaped cookie god. The Father in union with the Mother at the altar produces the Sun God. Fertility, satanic bullshit of utter vanity. Behold the cookie idolaters who eat and bow to their false god and walk around with him. In the sun-ray monstrance, wicked evil Satanist who clings to devil worship. Rejecting the nonsense of these devil's children, following the spirit of error, who falsely and deceptively proclaims themselves Christians, make you fit fuel for the fire in their eyes. Anathema, they scream, and not only one but many curses they support on the children of God. Oh, so sweet. They come so sweet. Yeah. So bear in mind.
malted. And so bear in mind, but they come so soft and sweet. Bear in mind. How do you bear in mind? Bear in mind. Okay, bear. The high satanic priest of the old mystery religion of Babylon, which is found all over the world, Father, Mother, and Son, priest, queen of the heavens, and sonship cookie god, the Father in union with the Mother at the altar. Do I actually write altar correct? Altar. Maybe it's with an A, altar. Okay, altar. The high satanic priest of the old mystery religion of Babylon, which is found all over the world, Father, Mother, and Son, priest, queen of the heavens, and sun-shaped Mary, or sun-shaped cookie god. The Father in union with the Mother at the altar produces the sun god. Fertility, satanic bullshit of utter vanity. Behold the cookie idolaters who eat and bow to their false god and walk around with him in the sun ray monstrance, wicked evil Satanist who clings to devil worship. Rejecting the nonsense of these devil's children, following the spirit of error who falsely and deceptively proclaim themselves Christians, make you fit fuel in the fire. Rejecting the nonsense of these devil's children, following the spirit of error, who falsely and deceptively proclaim themselves Christians, makes you fit fuel for the fire and the ice. Anathema, they scream, and not only one but many curses they support on the true children of God. So bear in mind when they come so soft and sweet in ecumenical alluring rejecting the nonsense of the devil's children, following the spirit of error, who falsely and deceptively proclaim themselves Christians, makes you fit fuel for the fire and the ice. Anathema, they scream, and not only one, but many curses they support on the true children of God. So bear in mind when they come so soft and sweet in ecumenical agreement to lure us into her whorehouses and wicked deeds, that each and every one of these papers supports a multitude of curses upon every single true Christian who reject their satanic garbage. Yes, there we go. I think that was pretty good. Maybe I should actually copy that over to, yeah. Bum 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 bum. And then let's see if we have the image. There we go.
Let's see here. Let's see how that goes. Oh, it's anti-Catholic. Oh yeah, of course it is. The high satanic priest of old mystery Babylon. Mystery religion of Babylon, which is found all over the world. Father, mother, and son, priest, queen of the heavens, and sun-shaped cookie god. The father in union with the mother at the altar produces the sun god, fertility, satanic bullshit of utter vanity. Behold the cookie idolaters, who eat and bow to their false god and walk around with him in the sun ray monstrance, wicked evil Satanist who clings to devil worship. Rejecting the nonsense of these devils' children, following the spirit of error, who falsely and deceptively proclaims themselves Christians, makes you fit fuel for the fire in their eyes. Anathema, they scream, and not only one, but many curses they support on the true children of God. So bear in mind, they come so soft and sweet in ecumenical agreement to lure us into their whorehouses and wicked deeds, that each and every one of these papers supports a multitude of curses upon every single true Christian who reject their satanic garbage. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I think that's pretty good, you know. It just doesn't really have all the... It was pretty much set a little better up in... let's see, vanity and then... Yeah, well, it's okay. Now we can understand what is on it. Sun God. Yep. Now we should go to the guy in regards of A. No, oh yeah, I have a great, oh, that other guy seems to have opened up for me to actually, maybe I can write on his, what is his name? His name is, I can't remember. Profile. Just on his, what was his name? I can't remember. Show more. Maybe I can find him. Something. Oh well, I guess I'll probably find him at some point anyway. I'll hit into him at some point. Oh, it's Andrew at least. Oh well. The father in union with mother at the altar produces the sun god. Fertility, satanic bullshit of utter vanity. Behold the cookie idolaters, who eat and bow to their false god and walk around with him in the sun ray monstrance, wicked evil Satanists who cling to devil worship. Rejecting the nonsense of these devil's children, following the spirit of error, who falsely and deceptively proclaim themselves Christians, make you fit fuel for the fire in their eyes. Anathema, they scream, and not only one, but many curses they support on the true children of God.
So bear in mind that when they come so soft and sweet in ecumenical agreement to lure us into their whorehouse and wicked deeds, that each and every one of these papers supports a multitude of curses upon every single true Christian who reject that satanic garbage. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
אם תבואי אליי, נשאר כל הלילה, ולחש לך מילים שתדעי שאני שלך, ובבוקר תראי, נשאר ביחד, הולכים את הדרך הזו, לתמיד יד ביד.
Let's take that and put it on here.
עכשיו הגיע הרגע, הרי חיכית לי ואני תמיד חיכיתי לך, הנה היום הזה הגיע, עכשיו מבטיח שאף פעם לא תהיי לבד, מפתאום תרמי, חכה כל הלילה, ואחש בתפילה שלך תחזרי. אם תבואי אליי, נשאר כל לילה, ואחש לך מילים שתדעי שאני שלך, ובבוקר תראי, נשאר ביחד, הולכים את הדרך הזאת, לתמיד יד ביד. ואם תבואי אליי, נשאר כל לילה, ואחש לך מילים שתדעי שאני שלך, ובבוקר תראי, נשאר ביחד, הולכים את הדרך הזאת, לתמיד יד ביד. עכשיו הגיע הרגע, הרי חיכית לי ואני תמיד חיכיתי לך, הנה היום הזה הגיע, עכשיו מבטיח שאף פעם לא תהיי לבד, מפתאום תרמי, חכה כל הלילה, ואחש בתפילה שלך תחזרי. אם תבואי אליי, נשאר כל לילה, ואחש לך מילים שתדעי שאני שלך, ובבוקר תראי, נשאר ביחד, הולכים את הדרך הזאת, לתמיד יד ביד. אם תבואי אליי, נשאר כל לילה, ואחש לך מילים שתדעי שאני שלך, ובבוקר תראי, נשאר ביחד, הולכים את הדרך הזאת, לתמיד יד ביד. הולכים את הדרך הזו, לתמיד יד ביד. ואם תבואי אליי, נשאר כל הלילה, ואחש לך מילים שתדעי שאני שלך, ובבוקר תראי, נשאר ביחד, הולכים את הדרך הזו, לתמיד יד ביד.
The high Cajun priest of the old mystery religion of Babylon, which is found all over the world, father, mother, and son. Priest, queen of the heavens, and sun-shaped cookie god. The father in union with the mother at the altar produces the sun god. Fertility, satanic bullshit of utter vanity.
Behold the cookie idolaters who eat and bow to their false god and walk around with him in the sun ray monstrance, wicked evil Satanist who clings to devil worship. Rejecting the nonsense of these devil children following the spirit of error who falsely and deceptively proclaim themselves Christians makes you fit fuel for the fire in their eyes. Anathema they scream, and not only one but many curses they put on the true children of God. So bear in mind that they come so soft and when they come so soft and sweet in ecumenical agreement to lure us into their whorehouse and wicked deeds, that each and every one of these papists supports a multitude of curses upon every single true Christian who reject that satanic garbage.
עכשיו הגיע הרגע, הרי חיכיתי ואני תמיד חיכיתי לך, והנה היום הזה הגיע. עכשיו מבטיח שאף פעם לא תהיי לבד, תני פתאום תרמי, חכה כל הלילה, וחשתי תפילה שרק וחשוב מילים שתדעי שאני שלך, ובבוקר תראי נשאר ביחד, הולכים את הדרך הזאת לתמיד יד ביד, ואם תבואי אליי נשאר בלילה, וחשוב מילים שתדעי שאני שלך, ובבוקר תראי נשאר ביחד, הולכים את הדרך הזאת לתמיד יד ביד. עכשיו הגיע הרגע, הרי חיכית לי ואני תמיד חיכיתי לך, הנה היום הזה הגיע. עכשיו מבטיח שאף פעם לא תהיי לבד, תני פתאום תרמי, חכי כל הלילה, וחש בתפילה שרק תחזרי, ואם תבואי אליי נשאר בלילה, וחש במילים שתדעי שאני שלך, ובבוקר תראי נשאר ביחד, הולכים את הדרך הזאת לתמיד יד ביד, אם תבואי אליי נשאר בלילה, וחש במילים שתדעי שאני שלך.
Let's get some more water. That's a coffee. I have incredible after all that Hebrew, and I just can't do it. I still can't do Hebrew. It's incredible. I've used a lot of time on Hebrew. Is not an easy language apparently. I guess I just have to let it, come as it goes, right? Nothing, I guess. Of course, Greek, Hebrew, whatever, Let's get some water for... The high satanic priest of the old mystery religion of Babylon, which is found all over the world, Father, Mother, and Son, priest, queen of the heavens, and sun-shaped cookie. The father in union with the mother at the altar produces the sun god, fertility. Fertility, satanic bullshit of utter vanity. Behold the cookie idolaters who eat and bow to their false god and walk around with him in the sun ray monstrance, wicked evil Satanists who cling to devil worship, rejecting the nonsense. What was that guy in regards of by all means Shane, I think it actually Shane.
ואם תבואי אליי, נישאר כל הלילה, ואלחש לך מילים שתדעי שאני שלך.
Oh, this is perfect.
נישאר ביחד,
Your most
עכשיו הגיע הרגע, הרי חיכית לי ואני תמיד חיכיתי לך, הנה היום הזה הגיע, עכשיו מבטיח שאף פעם לא תהיי לבד, מפתאום תיעלמי, חכה כל הלילה, ואלחש בתפילה שאליי תחזרי. אם תבואי אליי, נישאר כל הלילה, ואלחש לך מילים שתדעי שאני שלך, ובבוקר תראי, נישאר ביחד, הולכים את הדרך הזאת, לתמיד יד ביד. ואם תבואי אליי, נישאר כל הלילה,
that works.
ואלחש לך מילים שתדעי שאני שלך, ובבוקר תראי, נישאר ביחד, הולכים את הדרך הזאת, לתמיד יד ביד. עכשיו הגיע הרגע, הרי חיכית לי ואני תמיד חיכיתי לך, הנה היום הזה הגיע, עכשיו מבטיח שאף פעם לא תהיי לבד, מפתאום תיעלמי, חכה כל הלילה, ואלחש בתפילה שאליי תחזרי. אם תבואי אליי, נישאר כל לילה, ואלחש לך מילים שתדעי שאני שלך, ובבוקר תראי, נישאר ביחד, הולכים את הדרך הזאת, לתמיד יד ביד. אם תבואי אליי, נישאר כל הלילה, ואלחש לך מילים שתדעי שאני שלך, ובבוקר תראי, נישאר ביחד, הולכים את הדרך הזאת, לתמיד יד ביד. הולכים את הדרך הזאת, לתמיד יד ביד.
Oh, great article, great article. Although we don't, although I would not. I mean. Better come on. Devilish. You have a chance. He has unbanned me. Of Romanism. He should. Oh. How many chances? Come out of it. I think Shane deserves some truth. That he has unbanned me since his little article on the Judaizers went out. You have a chance to flee the whorehouse of Romanism, you and the rest of the papists who hears the truth. Come out of her, my people. Oh, yep. Oh, that's Shane. Shane, he's the fourth great Roman knight. Hey, what's the truth word? Oh well, I guess we've been running on. Yeah, well, you can find me on Gab anyway. Apparently Shane has unbanned me since he became a little stirred up and made the article against the Judaizers just after he banned me. It's interesting, while he was writing apparently on Catholic Christians, I was writing directly against it, well, I guess a little after. Well, I guess I'm writing against Romanism a lot of the time, I guess. But yeah, so Shane has unbanned me. So he's a fourth knight of, what was it, like Columbus? I think it was Columbus. He was a fourth knight of Columbus. And he usually had me banned, but I guess he's He has unbanned me. Apparently I couldn't write to the first topic he had because that's in the Roman Catholic, and I guess they have... I don't know if I can join the group. Probably not. Group join failed. Yeah, I guess they probably have thrown me out. I'm not a Roman Catholic anyway, so of course that would not be... Who knows? I might stir him up a little again, you know? Who knows? I'll be interesting. He'll... Do 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 do. Oh. Mm-hmm. Oh. That's Shane. Oh, that's Shane. That's Shane, by the way. Fourth degree, Knight of Columbus. Ah. Ah, da bum bum ba bum bum ba bum 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 bum. Shane is so let's see. Let's see if we have let's check. Interesting. I should have something in regards of Oh, let's see if it actually view profile. To Shane. Oh, we should have fixed the. We should have fixed edit post. I will just need an image here. Edit. Oh, come on. Oh, I guess. I don't know if it actually will stay there. No. That's kind of a problem when you write someplace, right? And that'll be interesting if Shane ever responds. At least now he has unbanned me, so well, I don't know if that was on purpose or not. Oh, it could be interesting to have a talk with him, you know. Of course, he's a
4th degree Knight of Columbus, so he's, I guess, deep in Roman Catholicism. In the USA. Yeah. Oh, it's wet outside as usual. Wet and bad weather. Okay, last cup of coffee and then I guess I'll go for some food. And I think it seems to be pretty nice with, well yeah, I can actually make a pretty easy meal to have on the go, I think, and then just have some coal and grill some beef and yeah. I wonder if one could get like a very, very small grill with coal, to, you know, using coal, but maybe not. Maybe you can break the coal. What is Catholic position? No. See here, bookmark, block, share gap. I see, no, can I share it like with mute conversation, mute block, report, bookmark status? Well, I don't know. Can I share? Of course not. Of course not, she. From well, no, of course. Yeah, the devil's children. Oh yeah, how many, should we count the... If we count all the curses the system you're a part of has on true Christians? I don't know, how many curses? In total to this system even? Actually, in total. Must be my, just, you know, just taking, I wonder. Oh, it's 10 o'clock. From A Catholic Christian by Shane Schetzel. Now, of course, Roman Catholics are not Christians. Again, you're kidding me. Anyway, I can't really use these things for in regards to this antivirus thing, you know. Okay, let's just accept, but pretty much ruined the... Oh well. Eject. Yeah, let's just rip it out and get the data over to my main computer, or what is going to be my main computer. Oh no, it's not turned on. I should turn it on. See if we can get all the data over to the hard drive. That will take a little time. Shouldn't take too long, you know, if I use the USB 3. Oh, I actually don't know if I actually have activated the USB 3 in the on the machine, so I should probably have a look into that actually.
this AVIF is. Is that another bullshit format to further, you know? Well, Shane, I wanna. From Our Catholics Christian by Shane Schetzel. Now, of course, Roman Catholics are not Christians, Shane. They're the devil's children in sheep clothing. Should we count all the curses the system you're part of has on true Christians? How many curses in total do this wicked system even have, I wonder? Oh yeah, that'd be very interesting. Oh, maybe we should actually just, what's the Shane thing here? Shane? Oh, it's not nice to, you know. Oh, we don't have that. Oh, go. It's not nice to, if I don't have him. Oh, it's like Shane. Let's see if we have Shane. Shane something. Shane Schetzel. There we go. Ah, and then it doesn't even. Let's try to push it like that. Oh, that's the installing device and blah blah blah. Alright. Oh yes, I also have those drivers I really should have fixed in regards of. Well, maybe I should just turn that off and just quickly fix the Windows 2000 systems and check if they actually have. Okay, I need to probably turn that off in the BIOS, but anyway, see if we have all the drivers. Now, of course, Roman Catholics are not Christians, Shane. They are the devil's children in sheep clothing. Should we count all the curses of the system you're part of? Should we curse this? Curses the system you're part of has on true Christians. How many curses in total do we have? Anyway, let's move this over here and just take this one and see if we have any drivers that still needs to be updated in Windows 2000. At least for this little machine. Still have a lot of other issues, and of course the forum banned me and removed my that was not very nice of them anyway. Okay, let's see if we probably won't go into Windows 2000 because it's not. Yeah, there we go. I just need to. This probably doesn't have drivers for the USB 3.0, so that's probably not going to work. But anyway, let's just let's enable. Let's see, ADE, escape, save, and try. Where's my? I don't know if it has updated the. Oh, I need to push over here. See if we have. From Our Catholic Christians by Shane Schetzel. And of course, Roman Catholics are not. Yeah, the devil's children in sheep clothing. Should we count all the curses the system you're part of has on true Christians? How many curses in total did this wicked system even have? I wonder. And we have the Council of Trent, right? Of course, the Council of Trent should be enough, right? But, yeah. Oh, it could be interesting. Let's see here. Oh, it's gone into the installation of it.
ובבוקר תראי, נשאר ביחד, הולכים את הדרך הזו, לתמיד יד ביד.
Oh, we need the keyboard. No, oh. Well, I guess. I guess it doesn't wanna enter Windows 2000.
עכשיו מבטיח שאף פעם לא תהיי לבד, מפתאום תיעלמי, חכה כל הלילה, ויחש בתפילה, שאלת תחזרי, אם תבואי אליי, נשאר כל לילה, ואחש לך מילים, שתדעי שאני שלך, ובבוקר תראי, נשאר ביחד, הולכים את הדרך חזק, לתמיד יד ביד, אם תבואי אליי, נשאר כל לילה, ואחש לך מילים, שתדעי שאני שלך, ובבוקר תראי, עכשיו הגיע הרגע, הרי חיכית לי ואני תמיד חיכיתי לך, והיום הזה הגיע, עכשיו מבטיח שאף פעם לא תהיי לבד, מפתאום תיעלמי, חכה כל לילה,
I see how to actually make auto login in Windows. There must be a way to get auto login. Auto login Windows 2000. Must be how to enable auto login in Windows or Windows 2000. Yeah, there must be a way to do that. Run. Okay, so we need to run. I need to run. We have the registry editor. Okay. Open the following key. Well, that's a good question. There's a lot of local machine. This would be the one. Local machine software. There's no Microsoft in that. There's local machine and then just Windows, current. Is there any current control, current set? No, that's not. Open the following key. H key, local machine, local user, local blah blah blah. See if there's anything. Nope. On this one, nope. So mounted devices setup, allow start, control set. I don't know. That's not going to work when you don't have the software. That's just wait. Okay, maybe software probably. Okay, software and Microsoft. Okay, I found it. I think. Okay, Microsoft, Windows NT. In the above key, change the default. I don't see. Okay, see it. Or domain name, default domain name. Okay, string DJ. I'm kind of a little confused here. All default username, administrator, all default username, yeah.
Password. If default is not, create a new value by edit, then choose value in the name type, default password, select rec for the data type and the string. Then well, I guess because I didn't write a password, so if no default password string is specified, Windows NT automatically change the value of the auto. In the above key, change the values normally entered to the following. Okay, so I guess we need to find the domain name, which would be DJ, and then you have the administrator, that's the username, and auto restart shell. I still need the password because I haven't written in a password, so I guess edit, choose added value. In the value name type, it's like all the other ones does not have anything in regards to default. Okay, let's see here. Default. So I write default password and rec and say okay. String in the variable, select rec for the type the password. Okay, there we go. So all default, what's the password? Oh, here we go. Okay, default password and default domain name and default username. Okay, so these are the ones we need to change to. In the key, change the values normally entered to the following values. Default domain. Yeah, in the above key, change the values normally entered to the following. Ah, okay, I guess we just, there we go. And the password and the username, I guess we just fix it to nothing. So default domain name, default password, default password, yeah, and default username. Okay, and I will just restart, see how it goes. Oh, I might need still to do something. To bypass the automatic logon in the future, press and hold the shift key as the computer is booting. Okay. Well, let's see. So from the edit menu, auto add. Oh, I wasn't finished apparently. Okay, apparently it just removes the thing in regards of administration thing. But anyway, okay, so anyway, system or software, Microsocks. Okay, when log on, and so, okay, in the bar, change the values normally enter to the following values, and it just doesn't have anything. I guess it might actually, I guess the domain name might have. From the edit menu, okay, edit menu. Choose added value. Enter auto admin log on. In the value, select the rex. Enter 1 in the string field and save your changes. Okay. I seem to have, default username, administrator, default password, nothing, and default domain name, TJs. It just seems to have, fixed it again. Okay. So I guess we close that down and we shut it down and restart and see if it actually, whatever. If it doesn't work, I guess we'll try to fix that.
שלח מילים שתדעי שאני שלך ובבוקר תראי נשאר ביחד הולכים את הדרך הזו לתמיד יד ביד
I'll see what happens when it starts up. I think it's logging in. Awesome. I don't think you needed all the rest, but that worked. We're now logged in at least. That means that we might actually also be able to I think it's pretty much only one string that needed to be fixed. Whatever the case, it's logging in automatically. We can check it with the other version. And I have two. Sheila, what is like Sheila? Sheila. That's, we don't have any lyrics.
Sheila, Siratari, something like Sheila, 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 Tatari or something like that. Interestingly enough, auto login does not work now. I don't know why. Well, it worked before. That is the cause that, yeah, I don't know. Who knows if Shane is going to. I don't know why, but it seems like the auto login doesn't work now. I don't know why. Well, it worked once, apparently. Well, we can run the edit thing again. I don't know. Well, it worked once, right? So that's, I guess, better than nothing. Kind of not totally good, but, you know, whatever, I guess. No, not whatever, but... Okay, software. Microsoft, Windows NT, yeah. Current version, yeah. Win lock on. So what's the problem here? Auto login. Auto admin login is set to 0. Why is that? Okay, let's try again here. I don't know, maybe I need to remove these 3 default things. It doesn't, in the above key, change the values normally enter to the following values, like into nothing. I don't know, anyway. Put the auto admin login to, if don't display last username is set to 1, auto admin does not function. Well, anyway, it functioned once, right? Okay, I don't know if I should remove the default username into nothing. Try, and default, there we go. So that's nothing, 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 and it's just, okay, let's try. Shut down, restart. I'll see. I guess when we get it to work, I guess it will work, right?
We have now reached the 505th anniversary of the Reformation. There are many who criticise the Reformers today, and not that they got every single thing right, but yet these men risked and even gave their lives to bring the church back to the 5 solas, that we are saved by grace alone, through faith alone, in Christ alone, by Scripture alone, to the glory of God alone. These bold men stood up to the Roman Catholic Church and risked their lives to expose the heresies being taught and the abuses that were being done. Today, Pope Francis is making a concerted effort to undo the Reformation. Whether this is done by blatant ecumenical unity,
yeah, it didn't have the password, but it seemed to actually want to do it.
Liberalism to corrupt and destroy them from within. The counter-Reformation agenda.
So it seems to be activated, but
liberal political narratives, scenes like this in churches, liberation theology, social justice warriors, mysticism, and more. the Pope is quite intentionally meeting and unifying with so many prominent figures outside of the broader Christian umbrella, opening a huge interfaith compound in the United Arab Emirates. But why is this happening? Well, some believe the feat of the prophetic statue in the book of Daniel signifies a revived Roman Empire in the last days. If this be the case or not, we can certainly see through the trajectory of history exactly why we need to continue the protest from the roads that have led to Rome.
And I would say that the one big dividing line is what I would call evangelical or non-evangelical. If you like, evangelical and more Catholic. This mechanical attempt to produce one world church.
It seems to be turning off the auto login.
But they must come together, surely.
Well, why? I mean, in other words, you were suggesting obviously that the Protestant Reformation was a tragedy.
Breaks your heart to see what happens when the Roman Church is accepted as a genuine church.
The Roman Empire was walking through the papacy to control people, and obviously they kept them in the dark in regard to, not teaching them the Holy Scripture, not teaching them the Word of God, and that's how they had their control over people, by keeping them blinded and in the dark.
Yeah, I just need to check the H key software, Microsocks, Megasocks. I don't understand why it's not working. It's working once apparently, and then it seems to turn it off. So that's kind of, don't know in regards to that. Current version when login. It turns auto login, turns it off. Okay, but anyway, so we have default. Well, default username already have to change, and default domain name, default password, yeah, okay. And we'll just shut down. So apparently it should work the first time. Auto admin logon. And didn't. Apparently it only wants to work once. Okay. Well, yeah, only working once. Let's go back to this one.
In regard to the Word of God.
Yeah, it's logging in the first time. Oh, universal bus, so it actually did find the drivers for something else, but of course the problem is I don't have any way of, because the USB. The wizard help you to install a device driver for hardware, but it's not going to work because there's no way of getting. I will need to be able to install some sort of drivers before. And the question is, I do have the drivers for other things, but are they going to work with Windows 2000? That's the good question, of course.
because maybe I could trick the system into installing it. But at least now it went into Windows, so at least it has seen the drivers once at least. So if I go into and lock down the drivers, who knows if any system has. Oh yeah, that was in regards of trying to get in some of the other driver things installed. That might be helpful in regards to Windows 2000. Anyway.
True gospel of Jesus Christ. They created a system of control, and that system of control was the Catholic Church. It's a counterfeit church. Really, it's a counterfeit Christ.
That's interesting. The auto login does not work. Only once. Well, it works once, right? That's better than nothing, I guess. But apparently, it turns it off again. So I don't know why, but. That's the way. That's getting extended computer information. Sadly, I don't think it will find those other drivers that was at some point, fixed for it. Let's see here. Well, what do we find? Well, everything seems to be updated, so it doesn't really have anything that it feels like. Device manager. Probably nothing is found that it doesn't. Oh, of course the usual, I guess. But it doesn't see the. I still haven't. Sound drivers are still not working. Yeah, maybe I can do like some kind of USB thing where I install the other drivers, then doesn't make it work, and then can turn it around for the other one and actually have it working. That might be a way to force it to install some kind of USB drivers. That I did that on the other system and actually make that work. Although can't totally remember how I did it, but that I have two systems I can try out. So.
And all of the doctrines, all of the teachings really were against true Christianity. But when the Protestant Reformation happened, they created the Jesuit order to remove the Reformation, to counter and attack the Reformation.
The Jesuits were the foremost.
And it's been pretty successful.
The Reformation to counter.
You see Denmark, Norway, Sweden, and Finland in regards of Protestantism. Have Calvinist over here, and yeah. Sad. Hussites. At that point, you have a lot of different groups. Of course, in regards of Lutheranism, it's not really, pop up.
The Jesuits were the foremost in the Counter-Reformation, and they set about successfully reconverting people from the Christian faith back to Romanism,
So really they counterfeited Christianity, and they control Christianity, and they rule over the kings of the earth. That really is Mystery Babylon. Let me say this right now. I am not against Catholics. I am not against Catholics. But what we have is a Mystery Babylonian religion. It's Mystery Babylon the Great. What I mean by that is there is a direct connection between Egypt and Greece and Rome. Walking through the papacy is a continuation of Mystery Babylonian doctrines. I mean, you have Mary as a co-mediatrix, right? Holding Christ. Well, it's not Christ, it's Horus. They want to destroy Christianity again. On the other hand, they want to control Christianity. So that's what's been happening here. The papacy has created a false gospel to keep people in the dark, to keep them blinded. And then they bring in a counterfeit Christianity, a false gospel, that ultimately brings them under the control of the Pope, which is also a type of Pharaoh. But they bring everyone under the control of the Pope, which is really the Roman Empire, Caesar. You know? And the papacy is, well, Caesar's palace, really. And I can see the truth. Exposing the Jesuits for years. They are under control of. I finally woke up. And I can see the truth. Exposing the Jesuits for years. They are under control of very, very powerful Roman bloodlines. From the very beginning, of course. From the very beginning of the Jesuit order, they were controlled by Roman bloodlines. And that's what's in control here. And they are satanic, they are Luciferian. They're the Highlands, they are Luciferian, they're Babylonian. What they did was they brought the nations of the earth under the control of the bishops and cardinals and priests to really control the nations of the earth, but also blind them and keep them in the dark in regard to the true gospel of Jesus Christ. So the Roman Empire bloodlines were in control of the Catholic Church, and they were really controlling the monarchs, because when you control a monarch, you control that nation. That's it, period. You control our nation. But listen, all of this were of Jesus Christ.
That's the thing.
So, the Roman Empire bloodlines were...
Yeah. Oh my. That's true. Oh, if you control the monarch, you control the nation. That's what's happening. Oh yeah, I need to have that thing. I need to have that. I need to find that. Yeah. Well, anyway. That's interesting. Oh yeah. That's what is happening. That's what is happening. That's what is happening. Oh, that's what is happening. No, anyway, we're that's just terrible. Yeah. That's what is happening. Oh, let's see here. We actually have, well, two in regards of update thing in regards of the other system apparently. In regards of drivers here. Then of course we have the, but yeah, need to collect it together. Unsigned drivers, yeah. I do wonder in regards to the drive if it can actually get the 3 point where, you know, the other drivers incorporated into Windows 2000 somehow without, you know, ruining things totally. Is that possible? I don't know. I still also have one driver. I still don't know what it is, but I guess it's a work in progress. I don't know if it's ever. Well, it would be not. I still have. There's so many. No, of course, kicked out of that forum. Mm-hmm. That's annoying when you need to. Mm-hmm. Oh, I can still look around the forum, I guess, if I don't log in. I don't know why the sound doesn't work. Anyway. Shut down. On. Yeah, that's the issue, right? Oh yeah, we can. Oh yeah, So those are pretty good in regards of sorting out those things. In regards of Windows 2000. There we go. And so yeah, we pretty much haven't anything new in regards to drivers, at least in Windows 2000, on that level. Well, there's still a lot of things that need to be sorted out. So, okay, let's see here. Oh yeah, then we have this, that's Windows 7. Working edition with everything, that's wonderful. And we need to get the data over to the hard drive, then we can always sort things out. At least that's one step then closer to moving over. Oh, of course it's crashing because I'm not running the specific AACI or AHCI, I guess. AH, that's very close to it, called, H. And enable that one, and escape and save and all that. Yeah, it would be interesting if I could maybe actually get those drivers 3.0 working, but it does see the drivers when I enter Windows with the auto login, but so it might actually have been able to find the drivers if it was possible to actually do something in regards of course, if you don't have access to the USB, it's kind of a biggie problem. One should be able to control the system from the outside. That's one option, I guess. If one could make it auto fix something that you could log out from the outside, you might actually be able to control it then from the outside, and then yeah, that could maybe be a way to go around things. Anyway, let's see if we get the thing. Oh, I need to do this over here, and we'll put the USB key in here, and I'll just copy the information over, which probably will take some time. This one, and at least okay. Yeah, okay, that should be those two. Copy, paste. I will take some time. That's also a download folder apparently. I also can copy over. Copy, paste. It shouldn't take that long when you're moving files over. Reading from it should be pretty quick. And seems to go pretty quick as well in regards to reading, but the writing to it is not.
In control of the Catholic Church, and they were really
When you control the monarch, you control the people.
You control our nation. That's it. Period. You control our nation.
That's what is
That's it,
happening.
period. And the monarchs, because when you control a monarch, you control the church. And they were really controlling the monarchs, because when you control a monarch,
Yeah.
you control our nation. That's it, period. You control our nation. But listen, all of this goes back to Rome. It goes back to the Roman Empire. And, you know, these knighthoods are very, very powerful. Very powerful.
Yeah.
In regard to the structure, I do believe that Pope Francis is the general of
I don't think that. But anyway.
Jesuits of Rome. I do believe that. But it goes back to the Roman Empire. It goes right back to the ancient Roman Empire. And these high bloodlines, they created the Catholic Church to control Christianity, to destroy Christianity, really. All across the earth. And that really is the truth. I'm sure that this revelation will surprise many people. But I have to bring it out, I have to. Remember, it's the Roman Catholic Church, the ancient.
And you have the thing in regards of many, what do we call it?
Johnny, really?
Symbol of many sticks, one, right? You know, I can't. The foul shift of what is it called? I can't even remember. Oh, we need the keyboard here. The fasci. Oh yeah, that's the fasci, right? Fasci, many in one or something like that in regards of the strength. Fascia. I can't even remember. You know, can't. I can't. Oh well, anyway.
All across the earth. And that really is the truth. I'm sure that this revelation will surprise many people. But I have to bring it out, I have to. Remember, it's the Roman Catholic Church, the ancient Roman bloodlines of Rome. And they use that to control the monarchs of the earth. Keep people blinded, really. And in the dark, in regard to the Holy Scriptures, they withheld that. They would not preach or teach that. So they brought a counterfeit gospel. And what they did was they wanted everyone to be subject to the Pope of Rome. And he had authority to excommunicate people from heaven itself. He could bind them loose. If you did not submit to his cardinals or bishops or priests, you would be excommunicated from heaven. Well, that's not what Jesus Christ taught. Jesus Christ taught that on this rock I will build my church. And that was that he was the Christ, the Son of the living God, and the gates of hell, Hades, will not prevail against it. And Jesus said, on this rock I will build my church. Well, of course, the papacy used that and abused that and twisted that to teach that if you don't submit to the Pope of Rome, then you will be excommunicated. So it was just a way of controlling people, really, for generations and generations and generations. The high Roman bloodlines of Italy, they created the Jesuit order. Look, go to the Church of the Jesuit. Go to the Church of the Jesuit in Rome. The mother church of the Jesuits, right? Atop of it, you see the Farnese bloodline. What does that reveal to you? It goes back to nobility of Rome. And the Jesuits really went in there to just overthrow nations. Overthrow nation after nation after nation. I am revealing the heart of this, the core of this, the true conspiracy, right? And of course we had the Crusades with the Knights Hospitaller of St. John and the Templars and so on. Napoleon Bonaparte himself, he said that the general of the Jesuits was no mere father abbot of a monastery, but the general of an army. We have the creation of Nazism course, Capitoline Hill in Washington comes from Capitoline Hill in Rome, and you have the obelisk there, so it's the same control. It's just the Roman Empire continued all across the earth, from the creation of the papacy to attack Christianity, and then to ultimately bring in false gospel to blind and keep people in the dark.
In 1872, Charles Spurgeon said, "The modern spirit mutters. We are all right, every one of us. He who says yes is right, and he who says no is also right." Well, I'm of opinion that if a man is a Muslim, or
Hvem står der? Hvem står der til venstre? Her og her.
Nogen, der
Se her. Maybe so. Måske også lidt svært at se, altså. Skal vi prøve at nok hellere zoome? Det er også svært at se, altså. Så siger jeg pin der, og jeg fikse. Den er ikke... Er det ikke? Anyway. That's hard to see if it's overall. Let's just delete it. As far as I know, that'd be nice to have some confirmation actually on it. Anyway.
or a Catholic, or a Mormon, or a dissenter. If he is sincere, he is all right. They do not quite include devil worshippers, thugs, and cannibals yet, but if things go on, they will accept them into the and cannibals yet, but if things go on, they will accept them into the happy families yet, but if things go on, they will.
Let's try that. See if we can. Is that like a new one here? Okay, see if we can zoom in and see if that's better quality. A little hard to see.
accept them into the happy family of the broad church. Such is the talk and cant of this present age. But I bear my witness that there is no truth in it, and I call upon every child of God to protest against it, and, like Moses, to declare that he can have no complicity with such a confederacy.
Oh well, so far so good, I guess. Oh, we need to have some food. Let's get some food and... Yep, anyway. Papacy is Antichrist, that's pretty clear. We should take a break. May Jehovah be with you, and Yeshua, most precious pearl, and the spirit of truth be in us all. Amen. Have a good one.